Welcome everybody to the June 14th, 2023 regular council meeting for the city of Courtenay. I'd like to just start by respectfully acknowledging that the land on which we gather is on the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of our land. And I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to mention that on June 21st, the Comox Valley will celebrate National Indigenous Peoples Day at the Puntledge RV Campground in Courtenay. The event will begin with a welcoming ceremony featuring hereditary chiefs, elected officials, staff, and delegates from the Comox First Nation. The Comox Festival 2023 will be held from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and is a free, family-friendly event featuring vendors, a kids zone, drumming, dancing, storytelling, carving, and entertainment. The Comox Education Panel will be held from 1 to 3:30 p.m. and the main community event will take place from 3 to 7 p.m. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. Much appreciated. And introduction of late items. We were going to move items 5.1 to 5.5. Been moved. Thank you. Been seconded. Excellent. And it's for the RCMP report. So all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. I think Councillor Hillian had asked about this, but I was answering a different question in my mind. So my apologies if I provided you some confusion there. All right, so we're going to move those right up, I believe, after minutes. And so if somebody can move minutes for May 31st. Excellent, been moved and seconded. Any errors or omissions? Anybody opposed to adoption? And they are adopted. Okay, with that, we will move into item 5.1, the RCMP annual performance plan. Mr. Garvin.
Through the mayor to council, we've had a little bit of discussion. I think we were talking about potentially having the quarterly statistics and the other information first, and then follow with 5.1 if council is okay with that. 5.1 is the performance plan. I would beg council's indulgence. Unfortunately, Inspector Curvers isn't able to join us today. He's ably provided two gentlemen to speak to you from their areas of expertise. For council's reference, we've had a separate meeting and we will be setting up an engagement session with council to talk about the performance plan, the upcoming performance plan for the following year. And when Mayor Wells and I went to hear a wonderful briefing about the island operations of the RCMP, we had a good engagement with Inspector Curvers about a process. The process that's been happening for the last 2 years is effectively the process that we've had for a very long time with the city of Courtenay, but obviously the interest in policing services has changed with this council and previously through the 2018 council. So with that, through the mayor, I'll turn it over. I think Mr. Beauregard, or I don't know who's going to lead off for you guys. Thanks.
I got voted in. My name is Staff Sergeant Corey Kilborn. I'm the Staff Sergeant in charge of the investigative services, so the plainclothes people in the detachment. I'm here with Staff Sergeant Troy Beauregard, who's the operations non-commissioned officer for the office. And thank you for inviting us. Happy to go over some of the statistics from the Q4, essentially, what is our April to April fiscal year. I think we provided some slides for that.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, they're on the agenda. If you want to speak to them, and if you want, I can give you my copy. You guys got?
Oh, I brought a copy. Yeah, I just
okay.
Thought it'd be useful.
Yeah, we don't have them loaded in. They're part of the agenda,
but everyone's got them. Okay, so I think it's useful to frame the discussion first on the total calls for service, which you can see is an increase over the, overall at the year end over 2021 and 2020. I think we see those data points as spikes in calls for service because of the COVID epidemic. And we experienced a lot of call volume, which was, I think, attributable to a lot of that. So probably a useful data point is to compare 2022 to 2019, and that would be probably more useful, where you're charting the increases or decreases, because it's more of a normalcy in life versus the last couple of years. And so, of course, you can see either way, it looks like it's slightly down from 2021, but I think the more useful comparison is to compare it versus 2019. So from there, we just break down the different areas. And as you can see, the traffic files, again, are, in Courtenay, there's a 5% increase in traffic files in the fourth quarter versus last year. There's a 30% increase in the break and enter files. Important to note that on those, anytime a break and enter occurs, it's scored as a break and enter. There's various flavors of break and enters. Someone unknown breaking into a person's house is scored as a break and enter. So is someone that knows a person and breaks into a house. So on the seriousness factor, we prioritize the ones where it's the unknown offender, and those kind of garner the most of our attention. So we don't parse it out in those ways. So it's difficult to say, what area is causing it. But I don't think there's an increase in the anonymous offender breaking into residential houses, if that helps. Theft from vehicle files, again, 31.1% decrease from the prior year, which I would call probably an anomaly of a year anyway. So drug trafficking files are more or less flat. And sexual assault files, again, not much of an increase. Domestic violence files is worth noting, because I think we saw an increase during the pandemic with people, of course, more close contact. And now I would say they're still up versus 2019, but it's more kind of what we saw pre-pandemic sort of levels. And then those are the statistics for the year. And I think I'll move into you requested the areas, the breakdown of the areas where the crimes are being committed. Mm-hmm. And so I'll start with the red and blue sort of slide that covers the property and violent crime.
Oh, just 1 second, Mr. Garvey.
Through Mayor, Staff Sergeant Kilburn, maybe we'll say you're referring to these maps that are beginning on page 167 of our agenda.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and so you can see sort of the breakdown of the densest files, and it's actually fairly consistent among the different offense types, as you have a lot of the sort of central and East Courtenay areas where the bulk of the files are being called in. Property and violent crime, very similar sort of breakdowns, with sort of the densification of the areas are sort of alternating, but it's in the same sort of band you can see on all the slides. And then just moving to the property crime files by area of Courtenay, which will be the green, dark green and light green tinged areas on probably a different page on the agenda. It's labeled property crime files by area of Courtenay, January 1st to March 31st. And then there's one that's broken down by the quarter as well, right behind it. And so there's very little change in the actual concentration of offenses by area. And then again, you can see the breakdown of the mischief files as far as the sort of breaks down some of the breakdown of the different offense types that fall under that general classification. And then followed by the slide, the purple, dark purple and light blue, the mischief concentrations, again, concentrated mostly in that band of of the geographical area. And I think that sort of aligns with our focus of delivery here. So where we concentrate a lot of our service delivery in that area, of course, with our bike section and, moving forward, of course, we have the downtown business patrols, which are very well received. I'll note, we'll have statistics to share in the next quarterly update. But I can tell you that, this band is where we are concentrating our efforts in those visible patrols, and they're having some pretty good feedback from the community, I would say anecdotally.
Excellent. Yeah, and on that comment, I mean, there was some, I think a window broken on Saturday, one of the downtown businesses, and when I stopped by, not just them, but other businesses that I spoke to had said they had noticed the foot patrols and that increased. So really want to, that certainly gave a measure of comfort. So do appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. I think we've had numerous occasions where, they're making multiple arrests and catching crimes in progress just by being in that area. So it's been, from our standpoint, pretty successful.
Oh, well, even better. Yeah, that's great to hear.
Yeah.
And Troy, did you have something you wanted to add or?
Yeah, sorry, I'll just jump into this mic instead of adding that one, if that's fine. There's also been a number of interdictions for people with offenders with warrants. Also, the going back to the break and enters, it's kind of an alarming number. You see a 30% increase. But digging deeper into it from our analysts, only 3 of those were sort of that what people think of when they hear break and enter, an unknown offender
Right.
breaking into somebody's house. So like Corey alluded to, a break and enter could be a break and enter to a shed, a carport, not that sort of cat burglar in the middle of the night breaking into somebody's home. That's a little more alarming as far as we're concerned, and I think general public. But in these instances, only 3 of those will be constituted as a break and enter by an unknown offender into a residence. So
Okay.
it's not quite as concerning as the 30% increase.
All right.
Looks.
No, yeah, and when I spoke to Inspector Curvers, that 30% was just that number wasn't a significant number as well. So just because of how few there are, you get a few more, and it seems to skew that number quite a bit. And there may be some questions from council. No one's put their lights on just yet, but just around how we get presented this information, whether it's worthwhile for us to even, because we have, crimes and we have violent crimes, whether or not with break and enters, if it makes sense to have 2, or if that just gets cloudies and gives us too much data. I'm not too sure, but I appreciate that articulation for us tonight on that.
Yeah, ultimately, it's how you decide that you want the information presented and what you think has the most value as a council to make decisions for the city. I think we can present the information in a lot of different ways that might have some value.
Excellent. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. And of course, we don't have the maps on the screen necessarily. But yeah, I do see we've got some questions now. We'll start with Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for being here and for the work that your members do every day. I think it's always helpful to put some of these things in perspective. I worked in law enforcement through the court system for quite a number of years in the Valley. And, back in the 80s and the 90s, break-in entries were very significantly higher. And of course, the reason that there aren't so many anymore is because a lot of people have home security systems. And so you tend not to get residential break-ins. But prolific offenders, that was one of the main ways of getting money and goods to pawn for drugs and whatever back in the day. I guess what I'm curious about, though, we have a bit of an urban myth right now that Courtenay has all sorts of people drifting in from out of town committing crimes. And what would be useful for me to know is what sort of information you have about the residential address of most of the people that you're arresting. you know, where they actually live, whether you've got any sense of what proportion of our people who are getting arrested have actually been around here for some time versus, you know, they came in on a bus last week to commit crimes and such. Do you have any information that could help inform our citizens in that regard?
Yeah, from a data perspective, I don't think we really track that. I can say, you know, there's a lot of multi-jurisdictional offenders that come into our area from north and south and the mainland, and that's common to any area. So you're going to get some of that. I think it would be a bit of an urban myth to suggest that people are, you know, moving in and then committing crime. It's probably a small percentage, but you know, it really is offender dependent, because you may have an offender move into the area and then they're responsible for a huge number of files. And so that would skew, you know, and weight very heavily, but it might not tell you much as far as an overall trend. It's just you know, we find that a very small number of offenders commit 80% of the offenses. It's the same principle that's at work.
Yeah, that's helpful to know. And I think there's also a sense that people who don't have anywhere to live commit an inordinate amount of the crime in our community. Is there any truth to that?
Well, again, I don't think we have the data that would support that. You know, it's certainly a public perception. You hear it on the media and social media all the time. You know, if we were to pull the data, I wouldn't be surprised if it does skew fairly heavily as far as a call load. But again, like that would just be anecdotal sort of observations.
Okay, so we don't really have the evidence, but there may be a perception in that regard.
Yeah, correct. Unless Troy, you have something to add on it.
It's a difficult thing to measure. You know what I mean? I know what you're asking for. It would be very labor intensive, I think, to dig that data up in relation to who's coming in, previous addresses, what they're using, and things like that nature, because it's not something we can glean from our crime reporting software that we use. You can see, I mean, through the information, you make your own inferences on sort of where the population density is and where the most calls for service are on the maps that you requested. Again, that's for interpretation. But yeah, it would be hard data to grab. I do know anecdotally as well, though, in one instance, I just was reviewing a person just from the other day that's in town for the last, I think it's 10 days, and we have 58 police contacts with that person. So, and that is a new person that town.
I think we might need your microphone actually on, because we're losing you part of the time.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, yeah, so I was just alluding to, in some instances that is the case. I was just relaying one file that I was reviewing the other day, one individual where this person's been in town for, like, in the community for maybe 10 days, and we have 58 police contacts with that person that wasn't previously in the community. So it does happen. I think most people are more entrenched here, but we do have those people coming in and out of the community.
Well, I'll ask one more question, which the average citizen may be interested to know. How does somebody end up with 58 police contacts without actually being stopped from continuing to have those police contacts?
Well, police contact could be anything where they're just calling police for service themselves, to maybe they're on the street, or they are the nature of the call. So it's not police contacts. We've sort of, there's different categories we can put that contact into. So these weren't all what you call negative police, but that does generate, this individual does generate police time, right? That's
So they might have been victimized numerous times, for example. Yeah, and we do know that people who are vulnerable on the streets are actually probably more at risk of
correct.
being victimized than most of us. You know, I live in one of the areas of Courtenay that is probably considered to be a higher crime, you know, not far from the railway tracks and, you know, the West Courtenay. And although obviously people have concerns about some aspects of what's going on in the community, most of the people I talk to on a day-to-day basis feel pretty safe in their neighborhoods. And I think compared to what I've seen in previous years in the community, we're actually not in that bad shape, which is not to minimize the very real concerns that we have. But oftentimes it's more a feeling as opposed to a reality. And so I just want to acknowledge the work your members do to help keep the community as safe as possible under all the circumstances. Thanks.
Thank you. We are aware that perceptions of crime can be as damaging as actual crime itself. So something we hope to, with the foot patrols and things like that to help alleviate for sure.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. And we got a question from Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks so much for the report. I guess an observation or two and then a question. I think it's really encouraging when you look at the direction things are going, that break and enters are down, theft from vehicle is down, drug trafficking is, I have a question about drug trafficking in a second, sexual assault is down, violence in relationships is down. Those are all serious concerns and good to see headway being made. And it seems like the overall number of calls is down. You're saying there was that sort of increase over the course of COVID, but even in looking at 2019, the total number of calls have increased by 6% over those 3 or 4 years, and probably the population of Courtenay has increased by roughly that same amount. So it's good to see us coming down from the spike that happened in COVID, especially in terms of the violent crimes we're talking about. It seems to be primarily mischief that is the one exception, which is going up. And while mischief is any kind of crime is a problem, but when one thinks of anyway, it's good to see the more serious violent crimes definitely trending down. And the question I had about the drug trafficking files is we had 73 in 2019, and then it dropped to 57 in 2020. And the last couple of years have been in the mid-20s. So, that's quite an interesting trend, going from 73 to the mid-20s in a couple of years, and seeing it over 21 and 22 staying at roughly that same level. I'm just curious if you can just sort of put some context around that, what seems like a dramatic decrease in the number of drug trafficking files.
Yeah. 1 sec. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, they are all the same, and my list doesn't include your two. So I was thinking I could sneak my way around, but let's try.
It says 11.
There we go.
If that helps.
Well, there's always one way to make it work. So
A little bit of context on the drug trafficking files is, I think, of course, now we're under a formal drug exemption from the provincial government, but the sort of unspoken decriminalization of drugs has been going on for quite some time. And I think that reflects, I think we've sort of we've reprioritized now with the sort of this formal, acknowledgement by the government that we're, with the simple possession of drugs, we're reprioritizing to drug trafficking. And so it's taken a little while to sort of come to terms with how those drug trafficking investigations might look, because essentially a lot of the evidence that we relied on before, we can't, because it's contrary to the spirit of the exemption. So that's actually one of the goals for this year, is to increase the number of drug trafficking files, because that's the people I think that we would like to go after, because they're victimizing a very vulnerable portion of the population here. So hopefully those will increase in the future. But the decrease I would attribute to just that. It's the sort of over time it's been effectively decriminalized even before the exemption.
fair enough. And you want to do a follow-up?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess I tend to think of drug trafficking and personal possession as being very kind of different things, and very different from each other in terms of their characters. So I'm trying to think why the sort of the move towards decriminalization of personal possession would impact the drug trafficking stats, and you're saying there's a pivot towards doing more investigations of drug trafficking. Is that showing so far like a change which is sort of different than the last couple of years?
Yeah, again, it'll be reflected likely in the next quarter, but we anticipate they'll go up because we've changed effectively what you say that the trafficking and the possession are two very different things, but that's, and you're correct in that. Where the differentiation comes is because the levels of possession have risen such that what was trafficking 10 years ago in terms of amount of possession and type of behavior isn't approved by the Department of Justice as trafficking now. And so it's been really a development in the law, the way it's gone. And now you need, a lot more evidence to say this is drug trafficking. And that's also sort of reflected in the amount of charges that are approved at the Department of Justice level. And they have been approving charges for the RCMP since I've been a member, which is 20 years. And so anytime we find drugs and request charges, it goes to basically Department of Justice, federal Crown, and they determine.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. That's great to know. Really appreciate it. I believe Councillor Moore is next.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks so much for this. Yeah, I think this, I don't think we've had quite as much in the past information similar, but definitely the more detail and specifics, the better, I think. A couple things. I noticed that the number of violent crime files, the highest number was in East Courtenay. I just wondered if you could tell me a bit about what are those crimes? Are those like general assaults or sexual assault, intimate partner, what that looks like?
All of the above. That would
Okay.
be anything with a violent component in the way we score our files in our records management system. So it would cover all of those offenses you mentioned and anything involving an assault or violence.
Right. Because certainly there is a perception that people are in danger, random acts of violence, and I would suspect that most of those violent crime files would be folks known to each other. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, are you referring to like unhoused?
Like the
sort of
violent
violence,
crime
or-
files in East Courtenay as an example, those would probably not be as random, or?
Yeah, we don't see that many actual stranger. I know it's gathered a lot of media attention in other jurisdictions, and when it happens, it's really loud when it happens. And
Yeah.
I haven't seen too much of that here.
Yeah, and I think most of us who have been here a long time, or even in the last 10 to 15 years, such as some of our council, know that we've had some horrendous violent crimes over the years here, involving, some really awful stuff. And I certainly haven't seen the level of the violent crime that we have in the past. So I guess that's one piece of perception that could be noted is that crime is spread across the city and that it's not concentrated in one area. As you said, it's in dense areas, which makes sense. More people, more incidents. Also, in terms of the total number of call outs, I know that I brought this up during one of the past presentations was around mental health calls, and we, as you know, we've applied to have some assistance with helping with those calls, hopefully helping you folks out for call outs that don't involve violence or a crime, things that you're experts in. We've had anecdotal evidence, or reports, but I'm just wondering if that might be something in future to flush those out a bit, because I would suspect that in that total number of calls, there's quite a number that are wellness checks, mental health type calls where there's not necessarily a crime being committed, or if you could speak to that.
Yeah, you're correct in that. There's a lot of calls that have a mental health element to them, and any assistance would be greatly appreciated. I can share a bit of news that's fairly new about a new initiative that Island Health is doing involving Form 21 warrants, which is, there's a number of individuals in the community that are on medications And typically, the health providers would issue a Form 21 Mental Health Act warrant. We would go apprehend the person under the Mental Health Act, bring them to the hospital so they could get their medication that they missed. And then the person would be released. So you can understand introducing police into that dynamic is, can create issues. And so the new initiative that they're trying is actually taking the Form 21 warrant with the person that has the medication, going to the person's house if we know where they are and they're locatable. And so it's actually just a police accompanying a medical healthcare professional to deliver the medication. And it's had some great success just in the last couple of weeks. So maybe we'll have an update in the next quarterly update how that program is going. But I think, things are being tried, and I think it's an area that we're all sort of working on together.
Thank you for that. That sounds like great news. And then I guess my last question for now is around, again, just having further breakdown. You did mention what is kind of categorized in that violent crime section. But I'm also wondering about alcohol related crimes. If you keep any stats on that, because again, there's and I know this because I know the stats on alcohol related harms, and we often, I think, forget that that alcohol is a drug, and actually there are many harms associated with it. I don't know if you would keep track, I guess, if it was obvious that alcohol was involved, but is there any way of fleshing that out, or, taking a look at what percentage of crimes involve alcohol?
Yeah. Troy has something to say on this one, right? Or sorry, did you say you had a comment? Go ahead.
It's fine. I'm just saying that that is information that we do track. And if you're interested in it, we can get that for you.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not wanting kind of a witch hunt for people who have struggled with alcohol, but I think that it is important in terms of the public messaging that people who are using other substances are not necessarily more likely to cause harm to the community or commit crime. So just that's something that I guess we'll discuss as a council, but thank you for that information.
Yep, you're welcome. And we don't have the data like Troy said, but I would say that it's still higher than we would like. It's high. The impaired driving is still an issue.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Thanks, Councillor Moran, for that. And as I think we're going to be having these discussions on a much more regular basis to help really fine tune some of these reports and stuff. So but really enjoying this conversation. Councillor Gilles.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks again for being here and for getting us a lot more information. I know that that's been an ongoing conversation. I'm looking forward to continuing to work out exactly what we can do together to get the information out to the public. I think one of the things that really spoke to me in the 2022 report for the data, as Councillor Cole Hamilton shared, was that most of it was down. But actually, most of my questions, because what we hear from the community is immediate things that happened yesterday or last week. And so I appreciate that you provided the fourth quarter, which is January to March, correct, of this year. And I noted that in the report here, you specify the break and enters. And again, I think there's this perception that there's a lot of break and enters happening from people who might be unhoused or people who are unknown. And I appreciate that you explicitly mention here that only 3 of the incidences were of individuals who are unknown to the victims. And I'm wondering if you can speak to some examples of what that can look like. And I guess my line of questioning comes from a prevention-based idea. We have a lot of social sector partners that do work in community to build connection with family members and intimate partner work. So I'm wondering if you can speak to not the 3 that were unknown, but some examples of what that would look like for those who are known to the victims.
Yeah, I would say a large percentage of them are, where you would have a family dispute and someone gets kicked out of the house, but then later breaks into the house. We see that fairly often. That's probably an example. It's kind of tough to say, but it's, that would still get scored as a break and enter versus the anonymous unknown offender.
Great, thanks. And you mentioned in your opening remarks, the prioritization exercise or the prioritization of the calls when they come in. Just wondering if you can maybe explain what that looks like in practice for the public, because we've gotten a lot of feedback around we call the RCMP and they might not arrive. And so just wondering if you can maybe explain what that looks like.
Yeah, we prioritize the calls when they're received at the OCC in priority 1, 2, and 3. And so it's there's a difference between the calls prioritized when they come in and sort of our prioritization in areas where we believe more crime, say like because for instance, the bike unit, we deploy them. They're primarily downtown and in the business districts because we know that certain types of crime come in, and that's how we prioritize that delivery. But when the calls come in, it's a seriousness, anything violent or high risk is a priority 1 file. And then on down the list, priorities 2s and 3s. 3s will get attended kind of if and when we can get to them. That's sort of they get rated in terms of risk to the public, and then they scale down from there.
Great.
So, 1 would be categorized as almost something in progress where need police attendance immediately. 2 is a little more urgent, what have you. Like, for example, a motor vehicle accident wouldn't be necessarily a priority 1, but assault in progress, 100% a number 1. And we have certain things where there was basically like a tone alert and everybody goes. Those are thankfully rare. But and then 3s and 4s, and like Staff Sergeant Kilbourne alluded to, a 4, for example, might sit in a queue for a day. So the files basically come up and they sit in a queue and they're dispatched in priority, or potentially maybe where there might be a police officer in that area, and they can pick it up. But the 3s and 4s might be something that doesn't even require a call back. It could be lost my license plate while I was out, in the bush sometime last week. That's not going to get immediate
Right.
for a call back, right?
And I'm assuming that given that we have this new program downtown with the increased foot patrols, that officers are actually closer to any responses that would need to happen high on that priority list in our downtown core. Yeah. My last question, Mayor, if that's okay, is one of the statistics that we don't have here is death in police custody. And of course, the report that came out a few months ago around the individual who died of alcohol related causes in your custody at the detachment in Courtenay. Can you speak to whether or not that's something that we'd be able to see if there's data that we can get? And then specifically, I'm also wondering if, and Councillor Morin spoke to the impacts of alcohol in our community, and it is challenging because we don't have things like managed alcohol programs. There are no medical detox centers in Comox Valley. And so really challenging situation you guys and your officers are in when people are needing to be held as a result of their behavior. But they're also detoxing. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to any policy changes that the detachment has taken as a result of that incident.
Any policy changes, I believe anytime an in custody death occurs, the Independent Investigations Office asserts jurisdiction and conducts a full investigation. And so there's always things that come out of those, minor things. The results of that investigation where we sort of did everything that we were supposed to do. But there's always small improvements. I don't know if I can speak specifically to what they are, but are you asking about a trend in custody deaths and what that looks like? Or
if that's a data set that you collect and that we'd be able to report out on?
Yeah, like I know we as a force, we do collect that data. I think locally, we haven't tracked it, but we could if you wanted it in.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, I would say that's the only one. And
right.
Like, I don't know, I've only been here 3 years, but I was in Campbell River prior to, and it's very rare for these to occur. You have to think about we house over 1,000 prisoners a year easily. And, sometimes, like you said, people could be, we consider the cell block high risk operations because you have people that are not having, the best day of their lives, or it could be an altered state or whatever in our custody and in our care. So it is treated with the utmost of urgency and importance. And there's certain things that our detention guards have to do and follow and monitor, continuously monitoring. So we're very alive to the high risk nature of that. And a lot of the times that person, the only reason that they're in the cell block is because there was no other safe place for them.
Yeah.
Right. And that's more often the case than not. But it's again, it's high risk for exactly the reason you say. It's a person that we owe a duty of care to, and it's very highly monitored, very highly supervised, and very highly put on the area of importance in our detachment operations.
Great, thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. I had a couple of I guess comments. One, maybe you could speak to a little bit, and I know it's not necessarily it has to do with traffic stuff, but I mean it's on the list of for the annual performance. I just was chatting with Chief Councillor Ken Price today, and he said that there was some work done on Back Road, I think, on the weekend, and he said it was pretty successful. And I just wondered if you could speak to that or any other, because I think it's good for people to know that obeying traffic laws is kind of part of the thing in our society. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we can speak to that because both Troy and I were at the meeting where that was requested. And so that, I guess that just illustrates that if we have a good dialogue, that we can target problem areas in a hurry. Like we do have a dedicated traffic, 3 different dedicated traffic members that work all over the jurisdiction. And so it's a matter of sort of identifying what the hot spots are in a given week. And we can be pretty successful, I think, in targeting those areas, being visible, targeting them.
Excellent. No, I appreciate that. And our staff have been great. We now have a little pedestal speed reader that meanders around town like a gnome, I guess. I don't know, but it has gotten some great feedback from the residents as well. And I think that, so yeah, great to work together. And then lastly, I just want to comment on the reporting of crimes. And I think since I first started talking with Inspector Curvers when I first became mayor, that was one of the biggest challenges, making sure that people are actually reporting the crimes when they happen. And I'll use this opportunity to say that, yes, you can call into emergency if it's, life and death and it's crimes occurring, those kinds of things. You have the non-emergency line if it's not as urgent, and it can be done just as a report. But there's also the online reporting. And I think that is, for me, one of those things where it's an easier way to get it done on your own time, et cetera. And I don't know if you guys know like how many sort of online reports you get versus the other ones, or just in general, if that gets utilized as good as it could be, or if it's maybe underutilized. So
good question. I think we do not track that currently, and so we probably could. It is an avenue, and I think we always fight the underreporting of crime, and we're always encouraging everyone to always report. Otherwise, we don't know what's happening.
Yeah. And I use just the fact that you're reporting it, and if you've got addresses and you can see patterns, et cetera, especially if you're dealing with repeat or prolific offenders, whatever term you want to use, that can be helpful in finding those folks and figuring out what's happening. So, yeah, correct. Yeah. All right. I don't see any further questions or comments on that part. So we kind of went through, that was 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, and 5.5, I believe. And so yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll remove receipt on. It is that one. That's why I was sort of,
5.1 was the performance.
so 5.2 to 5.5 is what I'm talking about. Yeah. So somebody so we're moving 5.2 to 5.5. Does that make sense? It's just the reports. It's been seconded by Councillor Cole Hamilton, I believe. All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And then we'll talk about 5.1, which is the annual performance plan.
Yeah, I guess I'll just preface, it seems like there's a process underway to have some more engagement on the next year's plans. And so we'll go over what the plans are for this fiscal year. That's not to say that we can't be responsive to issues that crop up as well in other ways. And so we'll continue to report on these and work towards some more engagement in next year. So they're, more reflective of what you currently would like. But for this year, it's, crime reduction, prolific offenders and strategies, police community relations, downtown police presence and community police station, organized crime and drug trafficking, violence in relationships, violence, sexual assault, bylaws regarding the homeless encampments and traffic for road safety.
Excellent. Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just related to some of the newer items like the downtown presence and potentially future police station, or really any changes in how you're doing things. Are you, do you have ways to track the outcomes of that? Like, it would be obviously great to know whether the foot patrols are resulting in some positive feedback, or, well, maybe not just feedback, but obviously reducing some of the incidents that we're seeing, or just any ways that you're tracking any of the things that you're doing. And
The downtown patrols are tracked by a document, and we'll, at the end of it, we will report back on what was done. But
That's
like I
great.
said, in the start, it's very positive.
Yep, so each of these community priorities will have strategic initiatives aligned with them. And then each of those strategic initiatives, we kind of set a metric in order to track how we're doing. So it's not an arbitrary throw it against the wall and this is what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
For something to be attainable, it's got to be achievable and measurable, right? So that's
Yeah.
exactly what we do. So I don't have it in front of me here, but for looking at crime reduction and priority offenders, be creating a program, tracking that program, and we can track that by number of charges we have on people that are in that program. Right?
Mhm.
And it would come down to the tracking of offenses or even the number of checks done on that individual. So, and then we can easily measure that. And quarterly, we have individuals assigned to each of these priorities. And so they're responsible to report back to us as a senior management team on how they're making out under those priorities. And then we report it back up to our senior leadership and of course to you.
That's great, because I think that's maybe could be bolstered a little bit, because I know you're doing all that great work and tracking, but it doesn't always make it into the report, those outcomes. And I think that's super important for the public to know that, yeah, we've initiated this, or you've initiated this, and these are the positive outcomes that we've seen, or these are the things that we need to adjust to make them more effective. And if you're already tracking it, hopefully it wouldn't be labor intensive for you to give us a bit more info on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. Councillor Jolcoeur.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I guess I'm really happy to hear that there are metrics and there's a feedback loop back to senior management, and to Councillor Morin's point, would love to see the report from 2022. We had the statistics report from 2022, but would love to see how we did last year with the last year's community priorities. Yeah, and I appreciate that you mentioned there's been some conversation around how we can come closer together in the development of this annual priority performance plan. I know, Mayor, that we haven't actually moved a motion for this section yet, but I would like to see if we can move a motion forward to direct staff to set up a planning session for the 2024-25 annual performance plan in the fall. So I'm wondering if that's something that I can move now, if we're not already in. I don't think we've moved and seconded the 5.1 yet.
Yeah, and I mean, if we wanted, well, yeah, we don't have I believe, Mr. Garpin, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you through the mayor to council. Thank you for the question, Councillor Jolicoeur. So what we have in front of us is the work that's done locally for the 23-24 priorities. And in the discussions that we had at the information session in Nanaimo, I think the council's preference may be for on a go forward basis that we do have that engagement to help work with our local detachment in establishing the priorities, understanding what's measured and reported, and then we have that on a go forward basis. The information in front of you under 5.1 is the current proposed operational priorities. In speaking to Inspector Curvers, these are required for now, but are really open to having that discussion regarding on the go forward and how to align, because we have a number of policies and strategic initiatives that are very supportive of what's happening with the RCMP.
So with that, I'd like to move the motion to direct staff to develop a plan for the 2024-2025 annual performance plan and set up a planning session with us in the RCMP.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
And if I can just ask a question about the annual performance plan we see in front of us, just really happy to see them, not so much about the priority issues, but more around because it's a shared detachment. Would you be able to speak to whether or not these align or if there's any glaring differences between our municipal partners across the detachment?
Yeah, in general, they are shared. Traffic is always on them all. Not all the communities have the homeless encampments as part of their plan, but they're more alike than not. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we're just clarifying if we need to still, we've got the motion to work on next year's, but we may still need to receive this year's annual performance plan. So just that acknowledgement letter. So. Yeah, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to move that we received the RCMP annual report performance plan and acknowledge the letter, RCMP quarterly statistics report.
And we've already done the
Oh, and
rest.
you've done all those. So
Yeah, so we'll just that
that was
first
that
little
part.
first and seconded, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And I just on your comment, just because we had a leaders meeting this morning, and so one of the things that came up is actually having an all elected officials forum on the RCMP, so that we can actually have this kind of conversation, but in so that we can really see, maybe there's some alignment, some harmonization, and maybe there's things that just really aren't aligned between our municipalities, but just getting that fuller picture of what the RCMP is doing and how to make sure that we're optimizing it as much as possible. So so that might be coming down the pipe at some point. So yeah. All right. I think that answers most of the questions, and really just want to appreciate your time today coming out and talking to council and articulating some of the stuff that sometimes you don't get on black and white here. And it's always enlightening. So I really do appreciate it. And
Yeah, thank you for the encouraging comments. I'll pass that along to the members.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, and we'll return to our regularly scheduled program, which is 4.1.1, I believe. And we'll just pass it over to staff, Mr. Carpet.
Thank you, through Mayor to Council. I'll just let Mr. Langemeyer get in his seat. Thanks. In front of you have a staff report on council remuneration options. We, in April 25th of 2022, in accordance with our existing guidelines, we brought forward our remuneration review. We established a series of comparators and made recommendations that council endorsed and moved forward. They provided us with some direction to look at a few items. The staff report goes through it, and as well through our strategic planning and onboarding sessions for council. We were also given we had some really good discussions about opportunities in accordance with our strategic plan, which has cardinal points of direction related to equity, diversity, inclusion, as well as community well-being, to look at some aspects related to being an elected official that may broaden the participation potential for people that choose to make the move to represent their community, put their name forward to do the heavy lifting that happens around this table. And so starting on page 19 of this agenda, we have some options. There's some issues that have been discussed throughout the province and in fact across Canada for elected officials. And then we have some discussion on options for council. Maybe turn it over to Mr. Langemeyer. We've got a little bit of information. We have the staff report talks about options for the provision of extended health benefits. Previously, because of the time limitations, we had brought forward an option for benefits. The recommendation actually from your government, your body of peers, the Union of BC Municipalities, suggests that the same benefit coverage for staff should be extended to council. So we've provided some information to council for their consideration and an option that would make the administration easier would be to use the same organization that we provide our staff benefits through. UBCM happens to have a program that we're currently using, but it does have some administrative challenges on our end for looking after how the system works. We have some discussion around child and elder care allowance. This is an item that has been discussed quite robustly around the province. One item that we currently don't have is acting mayor pay, which is also a very common occurrence, the expectation to act for the mayor. That's included municipalities in the Comox Valley. We found that we were in a position where if we have a councillor elect and we do works prior to inauguration, that time isn't compensated. We have some discussion there. And then looking at the annual remuneration. Currently, the policy has council remuneration reviewed the year of the election, but there is no consideration for steps through the year, which results in an artificial description of a very large increase over a 4-year term. That isn't common. That is something that isn't really I would say at a staff level, we highly recommend including that. The staff report has some financial implications related to these changes, and we made some assumptions based on 100% participation of council and 100% access to some of those benefits. I just wanted to give a quick overview, and we're available to answer questions based on the individual options, or if council has general questions. So the options for council to consider on page 23 of the agenda, 1A through G, council has the opportunity to either discuss them individually, talk about them as a group, and the option is to put forward a recommendation for consideration that could be all of these options or some subset of that. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, happy to see this report come back and addressing some of the gaps that we have in our remuneration policy. I don't recall the challenge of not compensating council-elect members, but that is an obvious gap, and I'm glad to see that addressed. It's pretty challenging transitioning from, a regular job into being an elected office, and then to be asked to, find for continuous days for orientation while some people are being compensated as council members and many ones aren't. That seems like a great way of addressing that discrepancy. So I appreciate that one. I did just have a question around how the timing of some of these changes would work if council were to proceed with all of them in the recommendation list. I assume that there's some kind of contract in place for existing benefits, so that I would assume that would be a change at a future date, whereas perhaps acting mayor would would be for the existing calendar year. So if staff can just comment on some of those, and if that is left up to council direction, or if we've already contemplated that and it's just not laid out in the recommendation.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. Our manager of senior manager of human resources assisted with the preparation of this. If council does give us the direction to proceed, we'll look to timing. It would be our intention to do our very best to have that the change in extended health benefits for the 2023 fiscal year or calendar year, sorry. And Mr. Langemeyer may have a little bit more information on that.
Since council remuneration is set by policy, what we do is we take the recommendations from today, build a policy, bring them back before council to adopt the policy. At that time, we can say, you know, changing the benefits will take 6 months or so. You know, other things can apply right away. So at that time, we can have more information on the direct timing impact.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for that clarification. The other question I had was just on the cost summary table and the financial implications section in the report. Just wanting to understand how this would impact future council budget. You know, that the healthcare one's pretty obvious. It would most likely apply to everybody, and it seems like it's a pretty clear number. But then the child elder care, it's the biggest impact, but also probably, you know, at least in the years in front of us, the least likely to be used, just given the makeup of who's currently on council. Obviously that could change. So just wanted to better understand that, like, is that piece truly going to impact our taxation by 24,000 per year, or like how would we address that if it's not really expected to be used?
Amen.
That is a very good question. And when I was preparing this, I thought, you know, what's the probability that all of council will be accessing 100% of the child or elder care benefit? I thought low. However, it's best to inform council. This is the maximum cost that could occur by this new adoption of policy. So looking at it, it will be really variable. When the new council comes in, we'll see that a number of councillors may be wanting or eligible to access it. We'll have to adjust the budget at that time. Is it true that 7 people will require 100% care? Likely not. So going forward, the impact will probably be significantly less.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, for the questions. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a few questions to clarify. First of all, in general, changes to council remuneration has taken place to impact not the current council, but the next one. Are we proposing to break from that practice in this instance?
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. For clarification, council directed that we come back with a report. You can decide if you apply that to yourselves. It's our recommendation that you would. We contemplated that in accordance with the when we brought this in 2022 prior to the previous election. Due to timing, we weren't able to do that. We had to get a little bit more work done and some more research, particularly on the benefit side. So at a staff level, we think it's reasonable and consistent in that the previous council that set the remuneration level also gave the direction to come forward with these items.
Yeah, thanks. You know, we're not talking about a lot of money here in the grand scheme of things. It's a minuscule amount of the city budget. But of course, it has a symbolic relevance that goes beyond that, particularly at a time when we've imposed the highest tax rate or increase in quite some time within the city. So I think that's the context of some of the questions that I'm asking here. The second question is, there's a suggestion to provide a child and elder care allowance for those who may need it. Is that something that city staff have as a benefit?
Through the mayor to Councillor Leon. No, and I'm not aware of municipal employees having that benefit. There are some private sector employers, but in the research that was done and the discussions at elected officials in order to help support people who many of these meetings are in the evening, et cetera, that's something that's being considered for elected officials. Other than the senior staff that are typically with you, we don't have a lot of evening work for our staff.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned though about councillors having a benefit that isn't received by staff and you know, whether there's any sort of precedent that is set by that might be used in future QP negotiations, because obviously that would be a much more significant cost if it was spread across city staff than when you're talking about the few people who might take advantage of it here. My other question is about providing some remuneration for acting mayor. And I'm just wanting to clarify if the suggestion is that is provided regardless of whether the acting mayor does anything or not. Because it's quite possible that you might be acting mayor. I mean, we each get to do it for 2 months of the year. Sometimes you're not actually called upon to do anything. So I mean, is the suggestion that the fact that you might be called upon deserves some remuneration?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, acting mayor in our research is not kind of typically I went to this many meetings. These are the expectation of the acting mayor is to step in and they have to be available and they have to be accessible. And that's part of the discussion in setting the acting mayor timelines. Mr. Langemeier may want to speak to this a little bit more than that, but no, that the information that we have on those jurisdictions that have remuneration as the designated acting mayor, as far as we've been able to find, is not like a activity-based remuneration. It's largely around the expectation and requirement for availability.
Right. We haven't actually looked at alternatives to this. For example, there is the possibility that you could appoint a deputy mayor and provide some remuneration for that role. But we have a model where everybody on council, or depending on the circumstances, does it for a couple of months of the year. You know, I mean, I appreciate that being available is somewhat of a service, but again, there's a perception issue here that gives me some pause. So yeah, those are basically the points that I wanted to raise. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. I appreciate the questions. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. In general, I think most of the recommendations here, suggestions, are reasonable, in fact, beneficial for people contemplating being elected officials. The timing, though, is obviously more difficult. I was going to make the same point that we usually make decisions for the next council, although with timing and everything from last year, it had to come now, and that's fine. It's probably ironic. I might be the only one with kids who need childcare at this age. But I won't be presumptuous. There may be others who do elder care as well. That's an item that I would be happy to put off until the next council. It's not something that I ran on thinking that I was going to benefit from. So that would be one that I would certainly like to see put off if possible, if council is willing. The rest of them make a lot of sense though. And letter F, which is to include an annual remuneration increase equivalent to the QP contract, also is beneficial for council because it takes a lot of that decision we have about you know, trying to keep up the wages of council with inflation and so on. So that might be nice. Whether that has to start right away or not, I don't actually, not really sure. But the rest of them are almost housekeeping in a way. and good policies. So in general, I support it. And if I was to move a motion in this meeting, I would probably move to leave the childcare piece out until the next council comes in. Not that I'm doing that at the moment, but
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Frisch. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just to reiterate what our city manager said, this actually was passed in the last council to come into play this term. We just happened to mostly be back. So, but there was no guarantee of that. The last council, which included many of us, made the decision as is normal practice to consider it in the following term, which is what we're doing. I mean, I agree with some of the points that Councillor Hillian made about the acting mayor, but I guess as someone who is often acting mayor in the summer, I mean, I purposely don't leave town when I'm acting mayor. So in the beautiful weather in the summer, I'm not going anywhere. So I'm not saying that I think that, not necessarily saying that I don't think that people should get anything when they're not doing anything, but I think that there is that piece that when you're acting mayor, you are expected to be around, and I think most of us do that. So I think that's all I really want to say right now. I know that it came up around, it's mentioned in the report around council meetings for childcare and elder care, but I'm just wondering if there's flexibility with other council business. And I am someone, if my mom had not passed away recently, that may have used elder care, because it was basically like having a baby in the house when you're caring for an aging parent who's ill. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. And I don't see any, did you want to respond, Mr. Garvin? Hang on 1 second.
Through the mayor to Councillor Moore, and just for clarification, staff had generally seen that was related to council meetings, but we obviously would respond to council's direction in that regard. It may be a little bit more challenging to attempt to budget for that, as typically our council, because we don't have committees of council, that it might be a little bit difficult for us to track, but I just offer that for background.
Thanks. I'm going to go to Councillor McCollum. Have you spoken yet? Yeah.
But I just have my light on in case Councillor Frisch is not moving the recommendation.
Oh, I had a couple comments maybe before we do the recommendation, if that's all right. I don't know if you guys are ready to rock and roll here, but just had a couple of comments I was going to throw out here. The first one really just comes back to when this was first brought up with staff, and it was actually quite a bit before even last summer. A lot of these things have been talked about throughout the last term, I would say, and some of them even from the term before that. And as was said, I think for me, the only part of this that does jump out as problematic is that July 31st of a general election year. I think that's a fairly late to have this conversation for two reasons. One, by July 31st, most people who are running or not running have announced, or it's obvious. And so there could be certainly a bigger political kind of connotation to it. The second thing is that we've already set our budget. So to me, it makes sense. And I believe this is what we had asked for at the beginning of the last term, is that we actually have this conversation at the end of the year prior to an election year. So December 31st would be the time to have this decided. So it's that much further out, it's less political, and it's prior to us setting our budget. So it can be wrapped up into the budget discussion that obviously this is going to impact. Because if you make a decision on July 31st, but you set your budget back in May, you may actually have to have an amendment to the budget if there's I doubt there'd be a major change, but that's the only part that I think is think July 31st just is problematic for those sort of two reasons. So I would make the same recommendation that I believe we made before, which is that we actually put December 31st, the year prior to an election, as the time to have this discussion. That makes sense. But that's my two comments. So I have two lights. Yep. Okay. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. I just wanted to quickly speak in support of the remuneration for acting mayor and make the point that often acting mayor, as Councillor Moore pointed out, often has to put off other engagements with their family or friends or whatever there is going on in their life. And as a fact, the remuneration for mayor is much higher than for a councillor for that exact reason, because your job entails being present and on call for those sorts of things. So I think the just under $700 is a very reasonable compensation for a councillor to step up and fill that role whenever necessary. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that. I did the math, yeah, and I was thinking it was $25 or $30 a day. So it's in perspective, yeah. Councillor McCollum.
I was going to go ahead and move the recommendation, but perhaps with some minor changes to what's listed there. Maybe I'll just read it off with the changes. Does that work? I move that council direct staff to update the council remuneration policy to include the following: to change benefits provider from UBCM to the city benefit provider in alignment with staff policy coverage, to provide a child/elder care allowance of up to $3,000 per year, perhaps effective 2026. Oh, sorry, 3,300 per year. I'm reading from far away. To provide acting mayor pay equivalent to 10% of the mayor's remuneration during the acting month. To provide compensation to council-elect members up to $200 per day for attending required city orientation and training sessions prior to the day of the inaugural meeting of council. To include an annual remuneration increase equivalent to the CUPE annual contract increase as negotiated starting January 1st, 2024. To consider amendments to the council remuneration policy no later than December 31st of the year prior to the general local government election. And that staff be directed to bring forward any necessary amendments to applicable bylaws in regard to the approved council remuneration policy updates.
It's been moved and seconded. Thanks for that. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I just clarify, did Councillor McCollum's motion make section B effective 2026? And that's is the intent there that that's after the next election?
Yeah.
Should we say just after the next election? After the next general election or the election in
Okay, and my other question is the intent to provide compensation for council-elect members only those who are newly elected? Is that what we're saying? Or all council-elect members? Because it's a bit unclear there.
Sure.
Through the mayor, the intention was to not compensate returning council members because they're already it's part of their remuneration. So I think if I may, to new or not returning, we can provide compensation to new council elect members up to. My apologies. Sorry, I'm open, but.
Do you have a follow-up to that point?
No, that's what I did want to clarify. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. I don't see any further questions or comments. I'll call the question. All those in favor as the motion is presented. Any opposed? That passes. Sorry, was that opposed? Okay. Councillor Hailing is opposed. All right. 4.2.1, develop variance permit number 2301 1095 Willamar Avenue. Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah, through the Mayor and Council, Mary Ann Wade is going to give us a quick overview of this variance.
Thank you, Mr. Garbutt. This is just a development variance permit before council for consideration to vary the definition of the size of existing secondary suite from 40% to 45% to allow for a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom suite on the lower floor. This is consistent with some of the changes that have been done in the BC Building Code, which we will be looking at when we go through our rezoning update or our zoning bylaw update. And staff is supportive of this proposed variance. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to speak to those sort of proposed changes that are going to be happening in the future. As I was thinking about this, I was thinking if you were perhaps a senior with a 2,500 or 3,000 square foot house, you might want to have 1,000 square feet for yourself and the majority of it to be rented out. And I think, I think that whether we think of something as primary or secondary, to me, it's about the primary residence is the owners and the secondary one is the additional one, not necessarily that it's somehow always going to be smaller. So I hope we can be fairly open with our understanding of what percentage is acceptable when we come to updating it. But otherwise, I'm 100% behind the recommendation.
All right, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for the report and move the recommendation, which is that council issue development variance permit number 2301 to vary the definition of secondary suite of zoning bylaw number 2500/2007 to increase the size of an existing secondary suite from 40% of the principal dwelling unit to 45% for the property located at 1095 Willamar Road.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And we're on to 4.22, development variance permit number 2306 943 2nd Street. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Through the Mayor, Ms. Wade will give another quick brief overview of this variance.
Thank you, Mr. Garbutt. This is a development permit with variance. The purpose of these variances are to vary the front yard setback from 7.5 to 4.26, which will allow for a front porch, and to vary the side yard setback from 4.5 meters to 3.3 meters that will allow to accommodate roof overhangs and a side yard entrance. This is a new build. The lot is currently vacant. The purpose of this is to allow for an accessible secondary suite on the main floor, the ground floor, and also to make sure that the development permit, which is in line with the heritage characteristics of the DPA, is in line. And in order to accommodate some of the 12 to 12 pitch roofs, there's a need to vary the side yard setback to allow for those overhangs. So I'm here to answer any questions, and staff is recommending issuance of this development permit with variance.
Thanks so much. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the report. And I'm also 100% in support of this. I just wanted to briefly just share a thought about setbacks that occasionally I know there are safety issues about setbacks and the distance between buildings, but beyond that, I think that's, we might want to reconsider our use of setbacks. Certainly from the street, I've lived in Halifax and Kingston where you have buildings that are perhaps a meter setback from the street or two, which handily enough actually allows you to talk to people if they're sitting on that porch right next to them. And just puts eyes on the street and builds community. And it also means less, lawn to be watered and mowed. And anyway, I think front setbacks, there's a lot of useful thinking to be done. And I don't know if that's part of our contemplated updating of bylaws, but I certainly hope it is. And I'll also move the recommendation.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously, and we're on to 1375 Percy Avenue. Describe it.
Thank you through the mayor and council. And this is a fairly long-term issue that's coming forward. There were quite a bit of deliberations when Habitat for Humanity came forward with this affordable townhouse project. Mr. Paul Preston, who's our manager of building inspection services and the acting manager of development engineering, is going to talk to this report. And I think this might be the first time that Paul's been in front of you folks as a group. So he's a great addition to our team.
Excellent. And now I know what number or what name to put next to that number. So
Thank you, Mr. Garbutt, through the chair. This report's come forward from a resolution that was adopted at council back in the 20th of July 2020. And it's to provide, the request was to provide financial assistance for Habitat for Humanity and to offset the costs for the works and services associated with that project. We have provided some options within the report for council's consideration. We do have a representative from Habitat for Humanity in the audience who is open for questions as well, and staff are happy to provide questions or answers to questions.
okay. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. One of the questions I had from the staff report is, do we have any numbers on how much, if any, financial support we've provided this project already?
Through the chair to Councillor Schuler. At this stage, we've not provided any financial assistance to Habitat for Humanity.
Okay, thank you.
And this sort of predated, and we're still working through a policy, but now we're sort of solidifying that policy that supports nonprofits and affordable housing, but is also sustainable.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up, thank you for saying that, because that was my question. I appreciate in the staff report in italics, 2 paragraphs on page 2, which is actually for me some of the most important pieces of this, which is that we currently don't have a policy in regards to applicants coming to this council for support in what Habitat is asking for. And so I do, another question to staff, I do wonder what the potential risk of, and you identify that the plan is in the works and that this is something that council has identified as a priority, is to establish how a policy on how we deal with these requests. I do wonder if staff can speak to any potential risk of us considering this application today when we don't have a policy, and any prospective proponents, nonprofit partners in the community that may come forward. And if they can just broadly speak to that and what might be any potential risk if we do say yes today and then another project comes forward before the policy comes forward, which I don't think might be unheard of considering there's so much great work happening in the community.
Ms. Garbutt.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, I appreciate the question. We always prefer to have a policy backdrop on this. The reason why this is in front of you today is the previous council actually committed to having a deliberation in this regard. I would say in the absence of policy, it is challenging. The staff report kind of walks through what we see as reasonable given the lack of policy. If someone came forward with a new project at this point, we would recommend deferring that until such time as the policy is developed.
All right.
I do have another question, but I'm happy to cede the floor to others.
Okay. Sounds good. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks again, Mayor. Just to be clear, I was remembering that we had committed, around $90,000 to this project, but maybe I've got it confused.
We did about that much for Wachier, the Wachier project, but this one here hadn't really gotten an actual number. It was waiting for, the idea was that we'd have policy in place.
Sure. Okay. So this would be the first monies then. even though we talked about.
For this
supporting-
project,
For
yeah.
this project on Piercy.
For this
yeah.
project, I'm looking
I
around.
remember
just
the
to make
alleyway
sure.
coming up in the past and we talked a lot about it. So just want to be clear.
No, I
that we're not
appreciate it.
Mistakenly, giving them twice as much money as we expect.
Through the mayor to council generally, just right at this point, we've had discussions around Dolphin cars charges previously, maybe potentially the city portion. My apologies, we're not able to answer that question right at this point. We'll clarify that for the record.
Okay, and in general, I am in support of this. I mean, we've supported Habitat for Humanity's projects in this way before, I believe. Their work on Lake Trail Road, I think we did something similar to help them out. And I think it is in line with encouraging the construction of sub-market housing or less than market housing. And I think it's a worthwhile thing to do. And I think it's in essence, what we collect the money for is to encourage that sort of housing to be built and maintained. And these will be in perpetuity, I believe, with Habitat for Humanity. So I think it's good value for the money. So, and I know that we're taking a middle of the road approach right now on our options because we don't have a policy, and I think that's fair.
Yeah. And I think to your point, I mean, that speaks to the importance of that policy, not just for us having to save some time for the applicant, but also if we have a policy that creates certainty ahead of the project and they're not finding out what's happening sort of mid-project, which can be significantly more challenging if there's certain expectations, et cetera. So yeah, so really looking forward to that policy discussion. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I have to say, after reading through this and just my recollection of our original discussion around this project, that I'm leaning more toward option 3 and supporting both offsite works. Just looking at the numbers, the recommendation on the screen is about $14,000 per unit of support from our housing fund. If we increase that to address the other requirements of the site, we'd be looking at about 17,600 per unit. And even after we'd provided that assistance, that would leave the same amount of money for 70 more units in the community. And I would be absolutely thrilled if we had 70 more units of housing to support in that way. So I think that the funds are there. We don't have 70 proposals in the pipe as far as I can tell. I also want to commend Habitat for what I've seen in the time that I've been on council as a real switch from doing kind of smaller single detached homes into really looking to filling that missing middle gap in our community. And both the last projects that they've brought to the city of Courtenay has really done that and done some really nice infill. I rode my bike past this project today, and it's looking wonderful, and it's near downtown. It's a walkable site, and it meets a lot of the objectives that we have for what we'd like to see in the community. So I'm pretty happy to support option 3 if others are the same, and otherwise I'll happily support option 1. Thanks.
Thanks very much for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Councillor Hillian hasn't gone yet. If you can go.
Did I jump right past you? My apologies.
I was going to move your resolution.
Oh. Now I'm really confused. No, I'm passing to Councillor Hillian now. You had your chance.
Thanks, Mayor. I agree with Councillor McCollum. I'd like to move that council provide financial assistance through the Affordable Housing Amenity Reserve Fund for the offsite works and services associated with the Habitat for Humanity project located at 1375 Piercy Avenue, the amount of $211,340 to address both Lane and Piercy Avenue offsite works.
It's been first and seconded. Any further?
And just all I wanted to add, Mayor, is I remember when this first came before council, and there was a fair amount of requests from council to make amendments to the project, which in line with council policy and objectives, which did in fact increase costs. And I think that affordable housing amenity reserve fund is exactly for these types of situations where we can help get something off the ground and hopefully reduce the cost to the people who will eventually live there. Thanks.
Thanks so much for that. I appreciate it. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks for that, Councillor Hillian. My question, is the proponent here? Do we have the proponent here? No,
I don't see
I
Jeff.
do have a question.
Mr. Garvin.
We do have a Habitat representative here, the construction manager. Mr. Poirier is here. I don't know if you want to come to the podium if there's any questions from.
The important part is the people online won't be able to hear you. Up to the podium, if that's all right, if you don't mind.
So my question, I'm not sure if you've had the chance to read the report, but there's the three options, and there's one that the staff recommended that didn't include the motion that's on the table, which would be a cost of $45,470. I'm wondering if you can speak to it, if that's a cost that Habitat has planned for, or if we were to, not go with the motion that's on the table with the staff recommendation, if that's a cost that would have to then go back to fundraising, and how you would cover that 45,000.
I think, okay, Councillor Mayor, that is something we would have to go back to. It was something that would, we have a line of credit, this build, first time ever for Habitat for Humanity, Vancouver Island North. Construction loan we've never had in the past. So we would dip into that at a high rate of interest and then have to go and again, looking for the funds from the rest of the community elsewhere to fund that 45,000. Yes.
Great, thanks.
Thanks for the question. And I don't see any further questions or comments, and maybe just, I am looking forward to, the discussion around having that policy. Councilor McCollum, who I trust with her math, absolutely, when she says 70 units. But keeping in mind that as we're building more, that fund is being replenished. And so that 70 units hopefully is more, continues to grow as well. So Councillor Frisch.
Well, not that anyone needs my thoughts on it, but I agree with Councillor McCollum's assertion, and she makes a good point that it is still great value, and we do have the money for this purpose. So happy to support this motion.
Thanks for that. Excellent. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. All right, next we have the 2023 public notification and evacuation route planning from the fire department. And I'll pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just going to go ahead and move the recommendation that based on the June 14th, 2023 staff report, 2023 public notification and evacuation route planning, Council approves option 1 and authorize an application made to the Union of BC Municipalities Community Emergency Preparedness Fund 2023 public notification evacuation route planning for $30,000 to be used in 2023-2024 to support the regional application by the Comox Valley Regional District primary applicant. And further, that as a joint applicant, Council agrees that the primary applicant will apply for, receive, and manage the grant funding on their behalf if successful in grant funding.
Second.
Thanks. And I just wanted to say that I really, obviously, during this time, we've had quite a few concerned members of the public because of what's happening on the West Coast. And I think this is very timely, and I hope that we get the grant to do this planning so that we're prepared in case of need for evacuation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Lee.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, this is vital and timely as noted. I know our fire chief isn't here tonight, but I'm just wondering if staff have any idea what would we do if the community was threatened by fire just now, if we don't in fact have evacuation routes identified? Like, do we have anything in relation to that? Some type of ad hoc plan that we could put into place if the need arose before all this necessary work might take place?
Thank you, through the mayor to council generally. I can assure you that we have the tools and the training in place to respond to each and all types of emergencies. The great part about this is actually have pre-plans in the can. But actually, we have an incredibly competent group of highly trained staff that unroll what used to be called BSERMS, BC Emergency Response Management System. It has a new acronym now, like they all do. And there's a really solid method to do that. And we also have, we do have an excellent understanding of what our routes are and what's open and available, because we have really strong roadway connections. But we do have a lot of interface work, and we have communities that are in the fringe and have limited road access. And this is a regional approach. And it is always so great when you roll in when the emergency happens that you pull a plan off the shelf and you don't have to do it together. But yeah, and I want to acknowledge the joint application, and it's in the spirit of our joint emergency management program. And those members from council who are around the board table do hear briefing from time to time. And we had a briefing from the CVRD staff, I think earlier in the year, talking about the city will be formally joining the emergency program function. We're a contracted partner at this point, and we look forward to that happening.
Thanks for that. I'm just wondering if it might be an idea to issue some media notification in relation to this initiative, but also to reassure the public that what plans the city and the region would implement if there was some type of a fire emergency. Just given the anxiety out there that Councillor Moran alluded to, I think that might help reassure the public. Thanks.
Thank you. Chief McDonald and I actually had a one-on-one yesterday and talking about the extreme fire hazard. And we're going to be, would prefer that our focus is on fire prevention, because these things can happen anywhere inside the community, and that will be going out. We could fine tune that a little bit, but right now our focus right now is in sort of those fire prevention activities at this point. I'll check in with the CVRD because I know that both Chief McDonald and the emergency program manager participate in, I think right now there may be daily or weekly calls on the fire status on Vancouver Island. Thanks.
All right, thanks for that. And yeah, much appreciated conversation. So we have the motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is unanimous. All right, next we have the 2023 Cycling Network plan update. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to move this in advance of the staff speaking to it, and I'll move that council adopt the 2023 Cycling Network Plan update, and that council adopt the updated Cycling Network Plan maps, and that staff be directed to amend the 2019 Connecting Courtenay Cycling Network Plan to include the updated Cycling Network Plan maps, and for that council direct staff to prepare a bylaw amendment to the subdivision and development servicing bylaw number 2919/2018 to update the engineering standards and cross sections.
Okay, all right, and I'll pass it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're really excited to be bringing forward this update. There was a significant amount of work done with the 2018 council, as well as briefings and workshopping with our current council. This is a very significant strategic priority for our organization as directed by council. And I really wanted to acknowledge the very hard work that's happened within our public works area, as well as the interdisciplinary work between all of our departments. These are the kind of things that we really get geeked out about and bringing forward, and we can see it each and every day in the community, the impact that active transportation is having. So Mr. Shaw is going to give an overview on the network plan update, and I'm sure he'll maybe, do you want to hold for questions, or what would be your preference?
Yeah, let's do that. If we can, if we could get through.
You really think we can hold for questions?
We'll do our best. We'll try.
All right, the mayor is going to enforce this.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Garbett, through the city manager to mayor and council and our members of public that are here today. It's an understatement to suggest that I am pleased to present the staff report as well as the update to the CMP. It has been an extreme amount of work for our group and our team, and Mr. Garbett articulated that quite well. It impacted not only the public works group, but many of our other departments within the city. And so it was really a collaborative approach. But outside of that, I really want to thank Urban Systems, our consulting team that worked with us. That was Dan Casey who led that group. And I think everybody here is familiar with the name Dan Casey when it comes to active transportation. And he was with us through the 2019 plan and now in through the update. So we want to thank him for his contributions through this as well. But also internally within the Public Works Department, specifically speaking to the transportation group, I want to extend my thanks to Michael Wright, the manager of transportation services, and Carrie Miller, our engineering technologist within the transportation group. They were paramount in our ability to bring this to its finality and presentation for council. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Staff have prepared a short PowerPoint presentation. The presentation will aim to cover a brief overview of the scope of the work, as well as hopefully highlight some changes and some updates, some important pieces that we'd like to talk about, and then paint a clear path forward. We've already jumped to the next slide for me there, so that's great. The overview of the CMP update process and what was accomplished. Part of the scope was to update the CMP plan. I apologize in advance for my acronyms. I'll try to do my best to keep them to the full sentences or the full statements. So the cycling network plan as it relates to mapping. This was done with a focus on our ability to deliver a sustainable and attainable plan for the next 5 years, but also one that we saw through an interim to an ultimate completion. This is accomplished by introducing some new tools to help propel the cycling network plan forward. Stakeholder engagement and consultation, specifically with the Comox Valley Cycling Coalition, that played a large role in this process throughout, and we'll touch base on the stakeholder engagement further through the slides here. Updated facility design guidelines. This included the ultimate cross sections for inclusion in the subdivision and development servicing bylaw, as well as the development of interim designs or cross sections and established service levels throughout. Developing a 5-year capital implementation plan with funding or funding recommendations, as well as a 5-year capital design plan to see through some of the more difficult designs or challenging cross sections to a point of design for future implementation. Next slide. So some of the implementation goals, if I could just click through one more, there we go, was address network gaps, improve connections. Staff identified and filled network connections or gaps within the network from the 2019 plan. There were some minor things that need to be adjusted, but moreover, the focus was on connectivity of those corridors and building out those spine networks to create connections within the city through in the short term and ultimately through the long term as well. Also want to consider that the CBRD had created a regional active transportation plan since the city did the cycling network plan in 2019. And so now that opened up an opportunity for consideration of those regional connections and providing synergies between the two documents to connect one another. And so the staff played a fairly active role through that process, and then inclusively through our own ensure that those connections were sought through until thank you. Interim design established for the active transportation corridors. So the development of interim cross sections, both to support the continuity of active transportation corridors, but also to establish active transportation when the existing or available road allowance or the take the space approach, whereby we would look to what our current infrastructure could support and then provide a reasonable implementation of a corridor or active transportation infrastructure within that space. In anticipation of what may be the ultimate in the future. Next. Coordination with other capital projects. This item was focused on interdepartmental projects, both short and long-term capital projects, as well as coordination with the city's annual pedestrian cycling and pavement renewal program. So you'll see some, as we go through this in the short-term plan, some of the numbers wouldn't necessarily match up to what the total works and services would be for any one particular year. And that's because some of those capital funds are then included within the existing programs that already are in play. Next. Maximize partnerships and grants opportunities. Again, with the development of the CVRD's active transportation plan, partnerships and opportunities arise with respect to planning and the development of coordination, examples being regional connections to and from the city. I think one of the major focuses now between the two groups, discussion point between the city and Cumberland, and providing active transportation corridors there and how collaboratively we work together to ensure that those priorities match. From a grant application perspective, but also from a prioritization within our own projects. Staff also understand the importance of being grant ready or having detailed designs in hand for those impactful connections or ultimate corridors or designs for when grants become available. And I think my partners in the engineering world, or the engineering department, would attest to that. Having something in hand ready to go for when those grant opportunities become available is the most advantageous for us in terms of our relative ability to be successful through that and have the thought process and the details completed in anticipation thereof. Next. And finally, advanced planning for high cost, high impact projects. By defining these projects now and within a 5-year design plan, we provide opportunity for these types of high impact, high cost to become a reality. Much of our success through grant applications is having these projects identified and having the thought process already dealt with and gone through so that when it does come time, and we don't always know which new grants have become available, that we're in the best position to put ourselves at the front of those packs. Next slide. Stakeholder engagement. Although the 2023 update did not see a broad public engagement process, the foundation of the plan remains relatively the same as it did in 2019. The 2019 engagement process was extensive. The public engagement piece being completed throughout both the transportation master plan as well as the CNP, or the cycling network plan. And those two processes were done in tandem or in parallel. This work was done in order to shape the network and the facility types. The process included additional and targeted workshops to solicit feedback and was undertaken in partnership with this Comox Valley Cycling Coalition. That feedback ultimately helped to determine the priority projects and shape the cycling network plan as we see it today. As far as 2023 goes, staff used that foundation as a starting point for the updates themselves. Staff spent considerable amount of time working with key stakeholders, including the CVRD and the Comox Valley Cycling Coalition. This was done throughout the update process to identify and address areas of interest or areas of inclusion, and in an overall effort to create synergies and connectivity throughout the valley. Some of the key takeaways or key points when we asked the Cycling Coalition of what they'd like to see in the plan, they listed off a few things for us to consider, and I'll just highlight some of those now. Using the network to create regional connections was a key priority for them. Connecting major destinations with protected lanes or MUPs. Impact corridors, important corridors to access destinations, and those kind of go hand in hand. Design complicated corridors, so they echo much of the commentary that I made in terms of that, is understanding which ones are difficult and let's get in front of them and have those difficult conversations. And then the importance of wayfinding. That's why I brought the example here. I asked our team, since I think council is quite aware that we do much of this in-house now, we have the capability to provide these signage, we were able to amend quite quickly and be quite adaptable. And this is a prototype example of something we'd like to deploy from a wayfinding perspective throughout the corridor as they are implemented. Woods being an example, as you see now that Woods Avenue is a bikeway within the next iteration or this iteration that's presented in front of you. And so this would articulate to both drivers and users in terms of both wayfinding that Woods Ave is a cycling route for the city. Next slide, please. Active transportation design framework. The inverted pyramid is a visual representation of the prioritization matrix that was used throughout the review process. 4 interim cross sections were developed by prioritizing users, and trade-offs were established for projects where the asphalt width does not match the preferred or ultimate cross-section requirements. As you can imagine, our community has been built out over a number of years, and not every cross section or every road width is exactly the same. And that creates a bit of a challenge in terms of staff's ability to deploy the projects as they were ultimately designed or ultimately expected to be done within the CNP. And so this was kind of the cardinal path in terms of understanding those decision points in creating the interim projects. This framework considered constraints from the existing asphalt with prioritization of components for inclusion and consideration of various trade-offs in order for which modifications will be made where the space constraints exist in today's roadways. This review process created balance between reasonable asset management, capital construction costs, and effective implementation of infrastructure. The interim designs can be installed in the short and the medium term to implement necessary cycling connections where ultimate designs or budgeting for long-term facilities can still happen in parallel. Interim cycling facilities are intended to encourage more people to consider cycling while making use of the existing road widths in a cost-effective manner. Next slide. So a quick overview of the interim cross sections. There are 4 interim cross sections that aim to meet the recommendations of the city's design framework, of which I just spoke to, where at the maximum available road width, the interim cross section would aim to meet the BC Active Transportation Guidelines, or BCAT. So for instance, in A, if all available road space is there, which would be 15.4 meters available paved surface, as an interim program, staff would suggest to implement parking protected bike lanes. Examples of this would be 5th Street and 17th Street. 17th Street is already in play. 5th Street sees a full build out of fully protected on one portion of it, but from McPhee to Willamar, it is still incomplete. Understandably, that particular cross section varies in overall width from 16.5 meters down to 14.45 meters. So there's a variation that would occur, but the reality of greater than 15.4, this cross section would suffice, and you would see it as is today. Moving down in road width, going through into B, painted bike lanes, parking both sides. The road width to accommodate that cross section would be 14.2 to 15 meters, an example being Cumberland Road. Going further down in road width, painted bike lanes parking one side. So that is either the removal of or consistent application with a road width that doesn't already currently have it. And that would be a road width between 11.8 meters and 13.2. And finally down to D, and I can offer that Indians Way, parts of Valley View Drive and 1st Street would fall into this category. I'll offer that first. As you can see in some of the projections in terms of implementation, sees 2 to 3 cross sections given its overall width as it varies through the corridor, but an example there. And finally, D, painted buffered bike lanes, no parking on either side. And that would be on a road segment that sees a road surface that's available today of 9.4 to 11 meters. Examples of that would be Headquarters, Vanier, Malahet Drive at Crown Isle, and parts of Valley View between Thorpe and Hobson. Next slide. Subdivision and development servicing bylaw, the cross-section update example here that's illustrated is the Collector Road section, the residential bike parking one side only. In order to support the cycling network plan, updated cycling facilities cross-sections were created for the inclusion within the subdivision and development servicing bylaw. Skipping ahead here, sorry. The revised cross-sections include 7 specific to protected facilities. So there's no interim cross-section here. If we're talking about development applications that would see net new infrastructure be deployed within our city, it would be to this standard if it was identified within the CNP as a cycling route or required cycling facility. So MUPs, you'll see that there are 2 cross-sections. One is a cross-section for a 4-meter wide paved surface, which will create space for bi-directional movement. And then that is often better in terms of accommodating speed differentials within an MUP setting. Neighborhood bikeways was predefined within this now, and you'll see that there's a speed reduction recommendation on neighborhood bikeways from what would be posted normally within our community of 50 kilometers an hour, reduction down to 40 throughout the corridor. Protected residential parking one side only, specific cross-section for that. Protected residential collector, which would have parking on both sides, but a fully protected AAA facility for cyclists and pedestrians. There's another cross section for entryway, which would differ from that of a residential. That would be for an entryway into a neighborhood that wouldn't have residential or driveway entries on either side of that. It'd be dedicated entry into a subdivision. And then a fully protected cross section for arterial roadways. And then finally, one for rural that includes an MUP. And I think that was a significant miss in our last iteration. So there's one there that has a rural context, but a rural with an MUP for continuation of those important rural fields for those areas, and not putting the cycling facilities on the roads. Next slide. So the 5-year implementation plan proposes to complete the installation of an additional 41 kilometers of active transportation network in either an interim or ultimate format within the city's network. This would bring the total active transportation facilities within the city to 66.3 kilometers at a total of 57% of the total network. So that at the end of 5 years, that was where we would stand if this was adopted. You can see the majority of the focus of this particular first plan was the neighborhood bikeways. You'll see an inclusion of 23.4 kilometers of bikeway, bringing our total there to 27.8, as well as painted buffered. As you can imagine, that the protected painted bike lanes are rather expensive in terms of installation. So this is the quick wins, getting the infrastructure in place, creating the connectivity, creating the corridors, and taking the space. Next slide. The 5-year implementation plan proposed by year in terms of cost. Its cost breakdown based on a proposed budget of $250,000 per year for the next 5 years, with an on average annual capital spend of around $200,000 for actual installation of infrastructure itself, with $50K set aside per year to forward future design works for some of those more difficult areas. And those are also articulated within the mapping as well as on the next slide. There are contingency costs built into those as well. And again, like I said, it doesn't include any other additional capital works that may include bikeways or active transportation facilities that are happening in conjunction with other projects. Next slide. So the 5-year network design plan proposes that staff would forward design works for the following areas. The benefits of these planned works would be to create, informed designs and be grant ready, but also have impact within the DCC bylaw application, and then future capital planning relative to any other infrastructure or linear infrastructure replacements that may occur as part of our other programs. So that these surface works should be in place, key decision points would have been made, and the designs could work in collaboration. I think you'll note that these locations that are recommended for design represent a few, if not more, challenging locations across the city that may or may not have an interim option available to them within the network. And just looking at some of the maps, some of the more difficult ones obviously is leaving the proposed 6th Street Bridge and getting up to Fitzgerald. As you come across the 6th Street Bridge, you're on a bi-directional motion, and then you have to enter into an active transportation facility. So making those decisions and understanding what that might look like in the future will be challenging. Tanner Drive and Lerwick, all examples, 6th Street East, which is quite an incline. I think from a percentage perspective, we're probably greater than 15% in that particular area. So that's a bit of a challenge as well. And the last slide leads me to questions. We made it.
Wow, that was made it all the way through. No questions just yet, but I'm sure the lights will start blinking here shortly. Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. It's been a long time talking about this, so it's great to see kind of how far we've come and that map of where we need to get to. And with that being said, I'll pass it over to Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. And in my recollection, it's been 6 years in the making, and so I'm extremely happy as well. I think you hit all the marks that had been envisioned at the time. yeah, really happy with the work that staff's done. And I wanted to point out that, of course, the work that we're doing on active transportation touches on so many important parts of our community. Of course, we think of tourism right off the bat, but also healthy living and livability, I think, is so important. And I noticed that safety being an issue, that you're hitting all the schools and making sure that you know, kids and teachers can get, and parents even can get to those schools safely. And it's a big part of community building and poverty reduction. So when we think of people being able to live in our community and get around without spending too much money, this is what's going to make that possible. So it touches on so many important things. A question I had for staff, it's great to hear you guys are being able to coordinate with the other municipalities. Is there any reason to share this formally with them, to send it, you know, on behalf of Courtenay Council, this is what we're doing to their councils, or do you think you have that covered off in your staff to staff? Or would it be helpful?
Yeah, it's great. Thank you for that. It's a great question. I would say that the CBRD staff are probably very aware of where we are. Once this is adopted and becomes formalized, it'll be posted and it'll be public information. I'll offer that city staff played a large role, a fairly good role, a fairly good sized role within the active transportation plan for the CBRD, so that we were able to provide commentary, some of the experiences and the expertise that we had developed through the development of our plan. We were able to share some of those experiences, but also take the opportunity to coordinate those connections and those facility types and talk about which was successful in terms of implementation through some of our trials versus what they were proposing. And I'll offer that Dan Casey was a successful proponent for that project as well as ours. So the knowledge transfer was fairly seamless in terms of information.
Well, thanks for that. And of course, I'm really I'm proud of it, and I think staff should be as well. So if other council members think that we should formally share this and maybe celebrate it a bit just by spreading the word to our partners in the community, I'd like to see that as well. So thank you very much and good job.
Thanks, Councillor Fish and Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff for all the time and effort and engagement with council that's led up to us and community partners in the coalition that's led up to this report and our adoption of this plan. I'm really happy to see some of the improvements. This was one of the first big staff reports that we had at the beginning of the last term. So I think that the timing of an update is great at the beginning of a new council term. And I remember one of the things that came up was around speed versus road use and where cyclists are, and if it made sense to change speed limits. And at the time, we didn't opt to do that. And I'm very happy to see that as this plan has evolved, that we're looking at these neighborhood bikeways, and that includes reducing speed limits. I think it goes a long way to improving driver culture, and it also benefits far more than just people that are cycling around town. It improves road safety for everybody. Both in cars and walking and biking and all the rest of it. So I think that is a big step forward, and it really doesn't cost the city a whole heck of a lot. I also think it's great timing that we're looking at this as the province has just come out with their first e-bike rebate program, which I understand is already fully subscribed. So I think people are keen to get out on bikes and use other forms of transportation, and we're supporting that too. So those are my two general comments. I did want to ask just a little bit about the parking protected bike lanes that we have initiated on 17th Street and are contemplating for 5th as well, or we've actually approved a submission. Just thinking about the challenges with that and the encroachment that we have with parking on those lanes. And I happened to drive through Saanich over the weekend. I drove to UVic, and drove my vehicle along Tillicum Road and Mackenzie, which are very busy roads in Victoria where they've implemented some what looks to be some pretty affordable bike lane infrastructure that's gone onto the roadway, where they've put in concrete barriers with some drainage underneath that look like kind of oversized concrete curbs. And in some areas, they've removed one direction of traffic, like on Mackenzie, and managed to put in bi-directional lanes that way. And it just makes me think about what we could do a bit better here. And I guess I'm rambling slightly, but with 17th Street, it does seem like we are still having a challenge around driver culture and where the best place to park a vehicle is. And, you know, cars are no longer completely blocking the bike lane, but they're still, you know, not in the roadway. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity, because something that I noticed on these bike lanes on Mackenzie and Tillicum is that there is like rigid low bollards that have been attached that are really only about this high. There's no risk of hitting handlebars. They don't take up a lot of road space, but it does prevent vehicles from moving into the bike lane. And this wasn't an area with parking, but it seems to me that that could really help. In places like Vancouver, they enforce on bike lane parking, and that's something I don't know that we have the resources to do. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we're contemplating in the 5th Street design, and whether or not it's something that we could improve upon in those temporary parking protected lanes on 17th. And sorry for such a long question.
That's okay. Thank you. No, I appreciate the feedback. Of any of the cross sections, that is the cross section that is the most debatable. To be frank, it's the one that we are provided the most feedback on, and we are all, I think, collectively still learning what a successful interim solution looks like from a protected facilities perspective. You know, we're not staff are not naive to the issues that exist within the implementation of 17th Street. We're also not naive to the experiences that may be had by trying to force that into somewhere that maybe didn't fit as well. And that's why the recommendation here today is for 15.4 meter road surface or greater, whereby the most successful application can be had, where the buffers can be added between the parking and the cycling, that is inclusive of the necessary space to get around any power poles or what have you that may be there. And you're right. I mean, things are possible. They would change the maintenance obligations for those assets if we were to go down the path of installing flexible delineators or concrete barriers. Currently, what's proposed allows staff within the current infrastructure that they have from an equipment perspective to maintain those assets to the best of their ability without having to go out and expense extra person power or equipment power to do said work. And that's why it's presented there. We also acknowledge that in terms of the interim implementation, and that's why it's been isolated to the 2 corridors within the CNP that actually have the road space to be as successful as we can. So it's not out of reach. It's not so much infrastructure that if we had to do education or outreach or enforcement, that it wouldn't be so far out extreme in terms of the amount of infrastructure that would be detrimental to the operations.
Yeah, that makes sense. I did have a question too, just around that parking issue, because, you know, I know in some jurisdictions that parking in a bike lane is a traffic violation, and it carries a fine that's issued by police. And I don't know if that's in areas where they have their own police force, or in our case, you know, when there's people that are choosing to park in the bike lane, if that is something that the city is obligated to ticket through bylaw, or if that's something that we can ask our CMP partners to enforce when they see it.
That's a great question. I do know that once a bike lane has been installed and it's appropriately assigned and it meets all the requirements through transportation guidelines, that it is a travel lane. So parking in a travel lane would be an enforceable offense. We could certainly confirm that with our CMP partners in terms of enforcement and their ability to do that. But it would be a drive lane, and stopping or parking within a drive lane would be an enforceable offense.
That's good to know.
And
I just-
Mr. Garbage had a comment as well.
And through the mayor to Councilor McCollum, we have been making some headway in doing some parking education. And we have our bylaw officer there. So where we have new areas, I think it would be completely appropriate and on our e-bike that our bylaw officer uses to come along and provide reminder notices like we do. It's part of an education program. We never really start with the stick anyways. And I think it would be really helpful in that regard for people, because they may or may not be aware that overhanging the bike lane in those interim areas is impactful.
Thanks for that. I have another question too, but maybe I'll jump back into the queue after instead of.
All right.
Going on.
You're reading my mind. All right. Fantastic. Well, that's what happens when we save all your questions to the end. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Kyle, for this. I echo everyone's supportive comments and appreciation. I had questions about intersections, and I noticed that in our 5-year plan, we have 2 intersections noted for improvements, both of which make great sense to me, 17th and Fitzgerald and Old Island Highway and VMP. I'm just wondering, probably members of the public might wonder why how we go about selecting intersections for improvements for safety, because clearly that's the place where bikes, people, cars come into the greatest, have the most interactions and the most concerns. And I know that we're going to be dealing with a delegation from Arden, and I know that that was one of the primary concerns raised there, that's where people felt that there were concerns over safety. So I was just wondering how we go about selecting intersections and whether we have more planned than just the 2, particularly given that we're looking into the safe schools transportation piece coming up, whether we'll be adding to that list of intersections that are modified for greater safety.
It's a great question. And my response to that is probably a bit multifaceted. With respect to the 2 that I've identified, they're specifically 17th Street because it had a successful active transportation grant project completed that saw the build out of a fully protected facility leading in across into a rather busy corridor, being the 17th Street corridor and then the 17th Bridge at Cliff, provided a great opportunity for us to look at what a protected facility would look like in an active transportation network. So it wouldn't sit in isolation on its own. With respect to Vanier and Old Island Highway, spatially, there is a lot of available space for the implementation of something that would provide us with an opportunity to learn from in terms of its implementation and application. But also you could imagine that the speed differential that exists at that location is quite high. So whereby we will provide a safe commutable space for active transportation users as well as pedestrians. I'll extend that with staff are aware, and that council will be aware that there are capital works in capital project, a capital line item within the 5-year plan that sees staff looking at the older intersections within the Cliff and 17th Street corridors. So that's inclusive of 5th, 6th, 8th and Fitzgerald, as well as 17th and Fitzgerald, as in terms of renewal and upgrade. So these ones that were chosen specifically for here are because they have an active transportation application. The other intersections are also being looked at through that plan. There are designs and consultation underway with respect to those corridors. That then extends even further in terms of conversations with BC Transit and the CVRD, working in collaboration with them as well, because they have priorities for continuity and bus movement through those intersections. And then there's the fiber optics works that are happening in parallel. So there's a lot of moving pieces with respect to intersections, intersection improvement and design. These ones that you specifically see here are a result of their impact in active transportation alone.
That was multifaceted. Thank you. So I realize that these are 2 sort of protected intersection treatments, which is a sort of like a fairly high level of intervention. Will there be consideration given to particular intersections as the sort of linear bike routes are laid out, just small changes here and there and improvements on safety, maybe not a wholesale redesign of the intersection? Is that something that's just anticipated as part of the process?
It's great. It's a good question. There are some that are in the works, and they are actually projects that are somewhat outstanding from some of the works that have happened prior to, but cross jurisdictionally, sometimes things take a bit of time. And so we're working with the Ministry of Transportation on some of their intersections to improve coordination between active transportation and those facilities. And you can imagine when you're talking with a provincial entity that their requirements and designs need to be met before works can be permitted. And so small or minor adjustments to intersections for that particular projects include updating the timing for those intersections to include active transportation movements, as well as the bike boxes to facilitate the movement of a cyclist into the front of the queue. In addition to that, there would be looping that would be required to facilitate that. And you would see those minor adjustments, although seemingly from an infrastructure or from a regular user's perspective, somewhat minor, but as an active transportation user, those are quite instrumental in terms of the ability for them to safely move through those intersections. The one that comes to mind, or the two that are on top of my mind, are Back Road and Ryan, and 19th and Cliff. Those are just two examples. You would see similar examples of that through the implementation of our program and of the active transportation network as we approach intersections, whereby we would look at those in terms of what is the feasibility of implementation to accommodate active transportation at the level in which the interface is occurring, whether that be a bikeway, a protected facility, an MUP, or what have you.
Okay, thanks very much. You may have other questions, but I see a lot of lights on, so I'll cede my place. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carl Hamilton and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just start by giving my thanks to staff for spending time with me to catch me up with the work that's been done by staff previously and with the rest of my colleagues here in the previous council. A lot of acronyms to get used to and language, so I appreciate that. Thanks for making the time. I guess just two questions right now, at least one for probably planning staff, which is the subdivision bylaw amendments that potentially will come out of this. Just a question of clarity. We're asking them to develop the ultimate plan, the ultimate facility, or if a development comes forward and they're seeing our interim plan, our interim facilities, and it's, for example, a neighborhood bikeway, but in fact, the ultimate is protected bike lanes. We're asking them to pay for and plan for and design for the ultimate facility as part of the approval of the development permit. Is that correct?
Yeah. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, just as a matter of process, yes. Where we're in a position of rezoning, that would be considered offsite works, and that would be the expectation. Now, whether they construct it as like one piece as part of it, we may take that money in lieu and hold on to it till we do that project.
Okay.
But those are critical components to actually build this, in some cases, quite costly AAA facilities. I'm using my acronyms as well. At the same time, the other advantage or need for this cycling network plan to be updated is then these projects would also make their way into our development cost charge bylaw. So DCC's payable on a project could go towards that. So there's a double benefit.
Great. And that would just go into reserves if, say, the development was a section and the section below and above is neighborhood, but the ultimate is protected, then we would hold on to the money until we're ready and able to pay for the entire section, the corridor. Getting the language right. Okay. The second question that I have, and I've already spoken to staff about this, but I'm just curious, in the staff report on page 1 talks about the highlights for what's being proposed today, around 13.8 kilometers of design projects that include 11 kilometers of protected bike lane. And then further down in the staff report, you identify, and these are the design of these sections, these corridors, and you've identified them there. And Councillor Cole Hamilton spoke to some of the ones that are the intersection ones. But I'm kind of curious, you know, we've had the grant that paid for 17th Street. Is there any indication and from other levels of government around funding for those, if that's going to be an ongoing support that they provide municipalities for us to really provide safe streets for that ultimate facility that we're looking for? And then and maybe you kind of alluded to it very quickly in a slide, but I'm wondering if you could speak to the cost difference between potential interim facilities and ultimate facilities. Anyways, between neighborhood bike lanes and protected bike lanes, for example.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of funding or funding that may be grant application or grant available, there's no indication today as it stands that the BC active transportation grant is going to go away anytime soon. Frankly, staff's conversations with the minister is that they're only getting more applications and they're encouraging more applications to come every year. And so it's a mode of transportation that's growing, that's recognized throughout the province as well as across Canada as desirable, affordable, and needed across our country and within our communities. And it's available to all levels. We talk AAA, if we just want to analyze that, it's all ages and abilities, and really that's what the focus is. So I don't anticipate them stepping away from those applications. Any conversations that we had over the course of the last few years is only a re-encouragement for staff to continue to apply. We've even talked if there was, a potential for us to get together as a regional group to apply for regional applications. The answer was unexpected, which was, it was a bit of no. Ensure that your plans align, but continue to apply independently because they want to fund and they want to support as much active transportation as they can. And cost difference between ultimate and interim, I think, and correct me if I steer away from what you're intended to hear from my response, but in an interim format, you'll often see in terms of the implementation of this program, an ultimate from a bikeway doesn't have an interim solution because it's fairly cost effective to install per linear meter of installation, whereby in a painted format for an interim versus an ultimate, the cost difference is quite extensive. The interim painted formats are a fraction of a cost of what a fully protected facility on a full build out or an ultimate would be. And on a per lane kilometer basis, we can debate these numbers either way. If you're including below ground infrastructure or above, if we just look at 17th Street as comparator, I think that was about 700 meters and it was $1.7 million versus 5th Street project, which was about 400 meters, but included underground infrastructure and rain gardens was about 3.4. So it's quite expensive to do the fully protected. And that's why the interim is a reasonable option in terms of cost effectiveness and getting the facility on the ground, getting the users out and creating a space that's effective for people to use and establishing those corridors, or if I might coin the phrase, take the space.
All right, thanks very much for that. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Start with just emphasizing the really great news in the report, which is 5.2 million in grants, I believe, since 2019. And I know we're told by Dan Casey that we're one of the areas in the province that's seen the most grant money. And I think that's kudos to staff for having those kind of shovel-ready projects, the design work, the engagement, all of that, just, seeking out and those opportunities. So that's super good news. And we know that even though we get some pushback from, I think, still a minority around our, cycling lanes, that we obviously spend very much the bulk of our money on road maintenance for vehicles. And so it's due for us just to continue investing in active transportation. And so most of my comments and questions will be around education and potentially enforcement, even if it's in that educational way, because I think that's one of the big barriers is, helping people to get, even if they're not going to be cyclists themselves, just getting them to have a better understanding. 17th, definitely some problems there. Interestingly, many years ago when my son was doing his driver's license, his driving lesson, was pointed out to him that there is no right turn lane turning from 17th onto Willamar. and that every person that does that, where there is no right turn lane, is breaking the law. But yet everybody just feels entitled to do that at many intersections, and then blame cyclists or people walking or whatever for being in their space. And I point out to people that was never your lane. And so now, you know, it's a cycling lane designated, but it was actually never a car lane to begin with. So I know when I was out talking to folks on 17th, they did point out the potential conflict there between vehicles. But frankly, I see that as an opportunity for educating people driving, because the cyclists are actually in the lanes that they're intended for. So I guess my question is really about how can we first bolster communication about the network plan, you know, really highlight some aspects, kind of shatter some myths, that kind of thing. How can, you know, how can we do a better job of kind of educating the public? And then, of course, opportunities for maybe some enforcement of some of the, you know, some of the problem areas. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. I also want to acknowledge the grant piece, the $5+ million for our community has been fantastic. And I would say the city has been extremely successful in its application. It's because of plans and programs and consultation and feedback that we are successful. So much so that we're challenging the processes when it comes to what is considered to be active transportation grant worthy. And I think the Dingwall Stairs is a great example of that. That is funded through BCAT. It was one that really broke down the barriers of conversation with those groups in terms of consideration. But because we can check so many boxes when we go through application is the reason we're so successful. We tend to share those successes with our friends at the CVRD as well as the town of Comox, so that we as a valley can be successful. With respect to bike lanes and education and enforcement, it's always key. I think my friends at the coalition would echo that conversation about education. They are probably our largest ally with respect to education. And oftentimes we'll identify issues for us before we may have even known about them, so that we can have conversations in the background to try to alleviate, not repeat mistakes. I think the challenge that we all have is that the infrastructure that was built some time ago is the infrastructure we've inherited and the infrastructure we're trying to modify. And modifying behavior is one of the hardest things to do. We try to do that, as Mr. Garbett articulated, within positive reinforcement. We're not necessarily going with a poking stick first, but we're going to try and, you know, re-inform individuals. And I see that our friends at Bylaw are smiling and nodding. But we ourselves are representative of that mentality. We have opted to augment our operations to include active transportation as a mechanism for transportation for our staff. Our park staff, our bylaw staff, they use active transportation. We have e-bikes. It is a part of what we do, as a part of our business. It is a part of our image. And so where we have opportunities to highlight those efficiencies and that effective use, we do so using our social media campaigns. Are great avenues for that communication style, and as well the coalition as our advocate to support those. I mean, you could always communicate more. And I guess as Councillor Hillian articulated that, or sorry, Councillor Frisch, that if there's an opportunity to use this as a catalyst to start another conversation, I think it's a great opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Just very quick follow up. Just anecdotally, I mean, I see so many cargo bikes out there now. I mean, it's like every time I look, there's another orange, you know, not doing a commercial for the brand, but there's another orange cargo bike. And to me, that's not just people out for a leisurely jaunt, right? Those are people who are buying those bikes because they are using it as substitution for car travel, at least part of the time, and are using it for errands and carting around kids and everything else. So yeah, I mean, if you open your eyes when you're out there, you'll see that there is a lot of people on bikes, and I'm just hoping that trend just really continues. I know during COVID, you know, car traffic went way down. So I mean, certainly people were working from home, but we can go back to that. We can, you know, we need to revisit some of those behaviors that shifted during that sort of shutdown. and look at these options. So I'm hoping that we can, you know, continue to build more safety features into what we're doing, more protection, that kind of thing, until we can get drivers up to speed. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Just 2 quick points. Regrettably, the television screens in the back of the hall aren't working today, so people in the gallery didn't get the benefit of your presentation unless their eyesight's very good. The other thing I just wanted to acknowledge that we did get a letter yesterday where I believe Public Works received it as well from the Cycling Coalition expressing concern about the parking protected bike lanes as has been referenced already. So it's clear that the dialogue needs to continue in that regard, and hopefully we can continue working with that group to find the best solution possible under these constrained circumstances that you've acknowledged. Thanks.
Excellent. The back TVs are now turning on. Sorry, I got distracted there for a second. Thanks for the comment, Councillor Hillian. My apologies. Yeah, thanks very much. And we also have Councillor McCollum.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to circle back to our plans for just our design projects going forward for these bigger, more challenging changes to our road network, and looking at Lerwick, which is, you know, it's a huge challenge. It's really an important connector across town on the east side of Courtenay, and there's not really a lot of alternatives. So appreciation to the Cycling Coalition as well, because I believe that they raised this and push for us to include this as a priority in this report or in this plan. It's hard to solve connectivity on that side of town without addressing Lerwick, but also looking at this, you know, our estimated cost in today's dollars, 9.4 million. It's quite a lot. And thinking about Lerwick and when that road was designed, I think we had different attitudes around the value of road space and how we used it. It has very wide lanes. Areas of Lerwick where it is 3 lanes don't really seem to be any more congested than the areas of 4. And then when it flips over to Comox, it goes down to 2 lanes, which also doesn't seem to have much congestion at all. And also circling back to my road trip to UVic over the weekend and driving down Mackenzie Avenue, which I'm certain has a lot more traffic volume on it than Lerwick. They've removed 1 lane of traffic to create 2 directional bike lanes. And it looks like it was a pretty straightforward and cheap project. It's some concrete and you know, a use of existing pavement. And I'm just wondering if we're contemplating anything like that, or if this 9.4 million is really looking at putting in new curbs and doing a major change to that road space.
Glad you asked the question. I'm happy to answer that question. Yeah, so to answer it, yes and yes. Yes, are we contemplating a different way of looking at active transportation within that corridor? Absolutely. Is the 9.4 representative of what a fully protected facility would look like with just curb extensions? Yes. But is there another mechanism to do that? Looking at that corridor, understanding that there's still a missing section where the water main needs to be extended, there's an opportunity for that to be widened. What does that widening look like? Does it facilitate another travel lane? Does it facilitate active transportation? What is the functional use of that road? What was it intended when it was built versus what it is now? What does it need to be? All those questions need to be answered. And that's why we all agree in terms of that particular corridor, it needs dedicated time to have that appropriate analysis, do the options, bring them back, and do some stakeholder engagement, public engagement with respect to what that might look like in the future, rather than just making a brash decision to say it needs to be a AAA facility as per the SDS here. Can it be something different? Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, about an hour ago, we moved a motion to, or Started the motion to discuss this. It's been a great discussion, I think, great presentation, good questions from counselors. So I just really appreciate everybody. And I just want to, it's been kind of talked about a little bit about some of the naysayers. And one of the things that I've found when people ask about things, and I'd say the 17th Street upgrades that we did kind of jumped out in terms of things that a lot of complaints came around about. And really to be able to rely on staff who not only had great plans in place, but consulted with our school district, who identified it as the quarter needing the most amount of safety upgrades. And then getting, a number of grants, or I believe that one, maybe just one grant, but it paid for the project. And so really all the things that people get frustrated about, generally speaking, with this kind of evaporate when it's kind of hard to argue against, kids going to school safely when it costs the local taxpayer no increase. So just really want to acknowledge staff and the work that they do. And really how that really helps us. And again, I think it's been said before, this has been a community effort. And so really want to recognize all of our community that stepped up to help us get to this point. So with that, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Excellent. All right, next we have the Arden Elementary traffic calming request. Councillor Frisch.
Just a quick point of order. I took a quick bathroom break. I don't know how everyone else is doing, but I can last another hour if everyone else is good. But I thought I'd offer for people who haven't snuck out of the room yet.
I don't get to sneak out, so but unfortunately I'm very camel-like, so yeah, I think yeah, people, yeah, if you guys need to take a comfort break, absolutely. If I have a challenge, I will look to my acting mayor, Councillor McCollum, and but for now I'm doing all right. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, so with that, I'll move that council direct staff to install the recommended signs, pavement markings, and speed reader boards on Lake Trail Road adjacent to Arden Elementary.
To be moved and seconded, and over to staff. Or
thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to council. I just want to acknowledge that there's been a great deal of work done in the corridor itself, both on behalf of the city as well as interested parents through the Arden and also I think some Lake Trail involvement. Mr. Shaw is just going to give a real brief overview of this report. The report is comprehensive and provides an overview of what we can and what we can't do. These are some simple options, but there are significant constraints because of the type of roadway.
Thanks.
It's great. Thank you for that. Through the city manager to mayor and council, I'm pleased to present staff report, Arden Elementary School Green Team and Traffic Calming Requests. The purpose of the report is to provide the report is to review and make recommendations on traffic calming requests as made by the Arden Elementary Green Team. I'll slow down, sorry. Back in November 21st of 2022, at a regular council meeting, the Arden Green Team appeared as a delegation for council to advocate for changes to active transportation infrastructure on Lake Trail Road adjacent to Arden Elementary. That request is summarized in attachment 3 of the report and included things such as speed humps, extended speed limit reduction zones, modifications to signs and pavement markings, permanently installed speed reader boards, raised crosswalks, and speed humps on Lake Trail. In response to that request, Public Works staff conducted a comprehensive review of the road, as well as the request in terms of feasibility and implementation. Many are listed here in the report for your consideration and review. I won't touch on all of them, but I do want to highlight some of the key things. Since the city's acquisition of speed reader boards in 2019, they have been actively deployed within the schools. That was the foundation of the program. It has expanded, as council is aware, beyond that right now. But we were continuously adding to the fleet of those inventories of those boards to collect information and to acknowledge that those are particular zones of which we want to increase safety. And the delegation was correct in terms of its impact. It has an impact on speed from anywhere between 3 and 14 kilometers an hour. That said, the permanent placement thereof has a tendency to create redundancy within the application. So dark mode or removing and replacing and allowing patterns to either adjust or come back is very advantageous on our part. The recommendation here steps away from the permanent placement and kind of takes it down the path of a 3-month placement with a dark period in order for it to then become realized in terms of its effectiveness. And that seems, statistically speaking, that's the most impactful. Really, the crux of the issue with Arden and the Arden corridor, as we know, it's an arterial road classification. It's also a truck route. There's a lot of traffic on that road. You can see through the data within the report that both inside and outside the school timeframes that the speed is excessive of the posted speed limit. It hasn't changed over time. The challenge with that obviously is the road itself, its proximity to the city, and some of the geometry that exists in it. But that's not to say that we can't make changes. Some things that we cannot do on an arterial road classification would be add speed humps or raised crosswalks. To do that, we would have to consider the implication of the engineering behind that to accommodate when it is not a school zone. So the speed bump would have to be something that would be traversable at a regular speed limit, which would be 50 kilometers an hour rather than 30. So it would be relatively ineffective on a 30, and then also on an arterial would not be recommended. So those things that we can't do. In terms of moving signs, adding signage, putting them in a space that's appropriate to draw attention, to give the appropriate time for speeds of travel vehicles to reduce, have all been done. I know staff were starting early this morning to put out some of the transverse markings that were recommended. Much like we did with Third, we're trying to get what we can reasonably within our operational control done in anticipation thereof. It's not to say that we were avoiding it before, but rather it has come to our attention that there is a need, and therefore implementing it is something that we continue to strive to do. The transverse markings that were applied today, hopefully I'm not misspeaking, again, a nod from the corner, is that I politely call them shark's teeth, but they are, they're known as specifically, well, I pushed myself too far there. Advanced yield to pedestrian markings, which are in advance, and I believe they're 15 meters in advance of marked crosswalks to draw further attention to the crosswalk that's there. You'll see that on Lake Trail Road exists currently within the school zone that's fronting Lake Trail, which is Lake Trail Elementary School. So parallel to that or similar to that, those have now been enhanced and put in place. I think given its rural characteristics, and one of the good ideas that came from our staff was to take our pavement markings beyond the norm that you would see within a residential neighborhood, and giving a nod to the fact that it is an arterial classification, has a rural context, and that it is at times becomes, if you're new to the valley, you would be unaware that there's a school within that area, given its rural nature and the tall trees. And that is actually doing a transverse paint marking on the roadway that clearly says you're entering to a school zone. So that would be school that would be there. And that's one of the recommendations that staff are making, to draw immediate attention to that zone. So as you enter it, it is very obvious that you traveled across a clear transverse marking that says that you've entered into a school zone. So things that we've done is move the signs, brought signs to standards, create visibility, put the advanced pedestrian line markings in, and the recommendation really would then support, if council approved, to do the transverse markings within our operational program this year, and then extend the implementation of the speed reader boards within the particular corridor. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. I didn't let anybody interrupt this time. We do have some lights going. We'll start with Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks again, Kyle, for this report. I really appreciate the thoroughness that was provided in analyzing all the requests that came through from this delegation. And I can see that a lot of time and effort and thought went into each of the requests and considering whether or not they're, achievable or not. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, we do need to take a data-based approach when we're making these decisions. If we're not relying on some, dependable framework and, overriding our professional advice, then I think we get ourselves into a really difficult spot. I'm happy with what we are able to do, although it's unfortunate that some of these requests are not possible, like the speed bumps. I did have a question about the speed bumps and just the traffic speeds. Because we do have raised crosswalks on some neighborhood roads where I believe the speed limit is 50, but it is obviously a lower volume road. I'm thinking of our Hobson bikeways. Those are raised crosswalks, are they not? But it's a 50-kilometer-an-hour road. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, because what I wonder is if we could implement a crosswalk design like that, even though vehicles can travel over them easily, going, it doesn't necessarily completely slow vehicles down, but it does encourage cars to brake, because especially if you're not familiar with the crossing, you may think you need to go a lot slower. And just looking at this, the speeds in this chart, that generally, no matter what year you look at outside of school hours, vehicle speeds are well above the posted speed limit. And then during the school zone, it's actually, it's quite a bit faster than 30 kilometers an hour, even at the best of times. So that's my one question. And my other question is, because we do put these speed readers in other school zones, does these 85th percentile speeds seem higher than other school zones? Are the Arden school community correct that people are not obeying their school zone as well as in other areas of our community?
Looking at my team, the answer would be yes. This particular school zone does see higher than average 85th percentiles. And that's attributed to many of the factors that have been described within this report, being an arterial road classification in a rural setting, in a straight thoroughfare. It's attributed to the speed, for sure.
And then the other question was just around,
Speed humps.
what would be the downside of putting a raised crosswalk in there that's similar design to what we have at the Hobson, on the Hobson Bikeway?
Again, the Hobson corridor is intended as a corridor that's intended to serve a different function than an arterial road classification. Respecting the arterial road classification and the use thereof, the truck routes, those are all items that would not suggest that would be an appropriate application within that corridor, unfortunately.
Yeah, and there are some industrial properties above there, like we couldn't change that designation, I guess.
Correct.
Just given what's nearby. Okay.
And speed humps themselves, if I may, just a little bit into speed humps, and it's very well articulated in the report. They themselves have a crash factor of -28, which would suggest that there is an increase in crash between speed humps or around the speed humps. As you can imagine, when you install a speed hump or you install a variety of speed humps, it changes the patterns of which people drive within that particular corridor. And oftentimes what we find, statistically speaking, is people take risks where they otherwise wouldn't, trying to either make up the time within the space between speed humps, so the speed is actually increased between them versus actually getting success from them. They often provide less advantage than what they're trying to do. Quinish, if I think back to when we removed the speed humps that were in Quinish, I spoke to that delegation that was here to advocate for them. And when we asked them about how effective were they said they weren't effective, and we prefer what we did today, which was do the center medians and create peninsulas for pedestrian crossings, those sorts of things. So a lot of places are stepping away from that application and going to something that's more conducive, that serves better in terms of what we're trying to achieve, which is protection of pedestrians. I will add, It is in the original resolution and it is articulated in this report. We didn't repeat it in terms of resolution, but this is just the infancy of this. Staff are now going to work with the school district to understand what impacts are affecting, what things are impacting those schools. That's why you'll see that the schools have been added to the cycling network plan in its fulsomeness, because we want to ensure that there are safe active travel opportunities for school that include calming measures. So that program will be underway. We'll work with a consultant and work with that the school district to start to develop that relationship and that conversation. And there will be recommendations that come out of that in terms of implementation. In addition to that, there is a design that is ready to go for the multi-use path that for the corridor. And we are going to reapply for that this year through BC Active Transportation. It is in the capital budget. If we're unsuccessful, it is council's prerogative to approve capital expenditure with respect to that, to get the kids and the users off the road surface and onto an MUP.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's a good reminder about the mention of the not necessarily a safety improvement with the speed bumps. I had forgotten reading that in the report. So thanks for highlighting that. And yeah, that is maybe there's some more opportunities for some collaboration with our regional district partner.
And Mr. Garbutt had a comment as well. I'm sorry. Did you want to? Okay.
I'll leave it there. I think I had something else to say, but I lost my train and I'll let others go. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor McCollum, if I. Okay. All right. We'll be taking a break before too long, I'm sure. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for doing this research in such short notice and getting this back to us. I really appreciate that. And I kind of have two lines of questioning, really. One around the recommendation or the request from the Arden delegation. And in the staff report, you've done a pretty good job of defining what the research demonstrates. And you reference this TAC multiple times as rationale as it relates to their recommendation not to include a specific asset for the classification of the road. Then also you note that there is a asset further down close to Lake Trail that is counter the recommendation of TAC that is existing. So I just want to point that out, that we in some circumstances we're okay with going against their recommendation. And then you're saying that we should follow their recommendation as per other aspects of what's been requested. So just thought that was interesting. My question really is in relationship to the speed humps and the race crosswalks. They're kind of harder assets that in some circumstances reduce traffic. In other ways, you've highlighted the ways that they're not necessarily, might not get to the goal that we're all looking for. Was there other types of assets for arterial roads that was not presented by the Arden school team that we can consider? Because the report is really focused on what they've, and then your team has come forward with these amazing ideas of what you've described of the markings on the road and the school, which I think are great ideas, but I'm wondering if there's anything else with the classification of the road that you're aware of that we could be considering tonight or in the future.
Thanks. In terms of TAC or Transportation Association of Canada guidelines, those are recommendations or guidelines for all transportation infrastructure, including our signage and our road markings that unifies Canada so that when you're on a road, it's the same. You're going to experience the same thing no matter where you are. So those are the recommended guidelines that municipalities are expected to follow. The one in particular where the city has stepped away from in terms of the recommendation is the color coding within the school district signs. And that's that bright green color that differs from the standard recommendation, but has been broadly accepted within the schools zones themselves. And you'll see that echoed through the Valley and Comox, and they're quite supported by the RCMP in terms of their vibrancy and their attention that they draw to those particular items or those particular areas where we really want to identify that this is a school zone. These are children that are at risk. So that's to answer that question. put me on the spot in terms of recommendations that weren't there, that weren't included, that weren't asked for. The answer is yes. If you're looking at arterial classifications, if we had the space to do something else, we would look to enhance that crosswalk with a center median where there'd be a location for people to actually pause if they had to while they were crossing. That would narrow the travel lane currently to what it is, still within the guideline parameters, but it would provide something similar to that we did at Quinish that would provide consideration there is active transportation and how would we coordinate that, and then the open ditches being at the rural setting, but definitely something that could be done.
And that's not in our plans currently for that corridor?
Not currently, no.
Okay. My second question.
Mr. Garber, just had a quick comment before you go to your second.
Through the mayor to Councillor Joel Kerr, I mean, there is a challenge when you inherit rural roads and the infrastructure that's there. We have made a recommendation and council has given us direction. The multi-use pathway is a fixture or an asset that Mr. Shaw might reference that is absolutely critical to move towards safety. We've proposed it. We are looking for support. Council is aware that the people that are asking for these improvements are in fact not Courtenay residents, nor are they Courtenay taxpayers. And we are looking for opportunities, and we have a design to leverage both our funds, grant funds, and hopefully a contribution. And so we'll continue to work at that level. The coordination of our active transportation plans, to go to Councillor Frisch's question. We were advised through the CVRD that there is not an alignment between the regional district electoral area active transportation plan and what was proposed. And so we're going to work together to understand that, because that's important. And we are making significant active transportation improvements, including the 5-year plan to go forward. And it's critical that we have partnerships on that in order to move and change the mode share for those things. But these all cost significant dollars. And really, from a safety perspective, those young people that are moving in that corridor, that is absolutely desired. And we've actually developed a plan that does tree retention, addresses drainage that's unique in a rural environment, and we've gone a long way there. So it's something that we're hoping to develop.
That's ready to go. The plan.
Absolutely, it's shelf ready and shovel ready.
Yeah. Thanks. You're actually, that was exactly where I was going with my second question. City Manager, great thoughts for that. The Safe and Active School Program component of the staff recommendation, I'm really excited to see. Under page 7 of the staff report, you speak to financial implication being no financial implications. So just really quickly, I'm assuming that's because the assets that you're talking about are just going to be covered under general operations and maintenance. But when it talks about the costs of a contracted expert to develop the Safe and Active School Program in conjunction and in collaboration with the school district, is that something that we've budgeted for? And if not, have we had conversations with our partners, the CVRD and the school district, in cost sharing the contracted services, the consultant fees?
It's a great question. It's not something that we've budgeted for specifically, but we do have consultation or consultant fees or professional fees within our operating budget that are at the discretion of our department. So in terms of the initiation of that project and getting it in flow this year, it's covered. If they're from that, understanding the degree and depth and broadness of the program, there may be a request for additional funding and support within the 2024 financial plan.
Great. And just as a follow-up that to Mara, just really quickly, is this something that if it passes tonight, that we can write to our partners and say, hey, we're going to take this on. Would you like to put your hearts and your minds and your money and into covering some of the costs? We've spoken a little bit tonight around some of the costs that we're incurring as a municipality. And as the city manager shared, this is a school in an area that is frequented by people that are not necessarily Courtenay residents. And so I'm wondering if that's a possibility, if that's just a general operational thing that we'll do if this passes.
Through the mayor, thank you for the question. We were advised through CVRD staff that they were expecting a formal letter from our council requesting this partnership. We'd been working at a staff level, and so I know there's been some informal discussions, but we're going to be I'm assuming that the CVRD will be entering into its financial planning for the 2024 2024 financial plan, and that would be important. So if council wants to provide us direction to request formal support from the CVRD electoral area or areas in total, then we.
And the school district, would that be appropriate in your opinion?
The assets in the roadway, so I'm not familiar with the school districts providing those inputs, but certainly they've been consulted in the development, but
So if and when we get to moving the motion that's in front of us, because I don't think we moved the motion. Oh, we did? Yeah, so we can do it subsequent, yeah, and get it on the table for sure. Excellent. Well, it sounds like we're ready to get that done. So yeah, just again, big kudos to staff. I think it was 2018 that the Arden ambassadors first came and presented to City Council, which is where the multi-use pathway first started. And I remember humbly saying, hopefully we'll get this done before you graduate, but I'm feeling more optimistic. But the fact that the Green Team came ahead and gave other options as well that we're able to facilitate in a much faster fashion. Just great kudos to staff and again to an engaged community that has really helped make this happen. So with that being said, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And that jumps us to internal reports and correspondence. Oh yeah, we're going to do a subsequent. And I believe it was going to be
Thanks. Yeah, and I appreciate that my colleagues are really excited about this as well, but that I'd like to move a motion, Mayor, if that's okay, that council directs staff to draft communication to our regional partners or the CVRD in relationship to the safe. What are we calling it? Thank you. The Safe and Active Schools program to participate in that program. Cost share.
Cost share, share information. Mr. Garbett, you. I'll get you yet. Just 1 second.
if I may, through the mayor, if we had a motion to communicate and look for financial support in order to do transportation and safety improvements in the corridor, that would probably be sufficient. To the CVRD electoral area.
Okay. Great.
Been moved and seconded. And Councilor Moore.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I support that. I mean, it does say, safe and active schools program. So it's not just focused on the actual infrastructure. It's really about if we can get some help with even communication. There's lots of ways that our regional partners could help us out with this and cost share. So I'm really supportive of the motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Warren and Councilor Frisch.
Well, I was just going to point out that maybe in the future, I'll bring something up about sharing our updated CMP at a future meeting. I was going to point out, you didn't say if they're graduating university or a PhDs or whatnot.
Or which generation.
That's right.
Yes.
So looking forward to seeing some help on this. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Frisch. Yeah, it'd be great to see this happen. Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur, for bringing this forward. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor. I may have missed it, but was that neighboring local governments within the CVRD? Does it also include SC 71, who I assume we're working fairly closely with on this project? Was that part of the motion? Okay, perfect. Thanks. I'm just confirming.
Okay.
Sorry, just
The CVRD and schools.
just the CVRD and school districts. So we're not talking about neighboring local governments.
The Comox and Cumberland wouldn't be involved in this particular project. It's just CVRD and here we go. Councillor.
Yeah, I guess Mr. Shaw is not at the microphone, but I don't know what the intent necessarily of this program is. I imagine that there's probably some schools in Courtenay. I'm the only one here with no children, but that are neighboring to Comox potentially. Is that Valley View? So maybe we should include all local municipal governments and the school district in the motion.
Through the mayor, I think we're talking about a focused area in this case, and then a secondary Safe Walk to School program. We are working closely with this. It might be easier from a staff perspective to focus on this matter, and we could have a subsequent discussion, perhaps maybe at another meeting, directing us to work closely with the other local governments and school district. We did have a council and school district trustee meeting where we identified an ongoing work with them on traffic and safety issues, which we've implemented. But there's certainly more work to do on that. So I would offer if we it would assist staff if we focus on the Arden Lake Trail connector. It would be helpful in that regard.
Okay, so CVRD and the school district.
All right. No further questions or comments on that. All those in favor? Any opposed? I see none, but it does remind me that we haven't had a meeting with the school district since the election. And so maybe Mr. Garbett will speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I met with the acting superintendent, Jeff Manning, and we're working on a timeline. They do have a few things going on in their own organization, so it may be a little bit of a challenge right at this point, but I can assure council that at staff level, we're in everyday conversations because of the nature of the work we're doing, but as well related to the traffic and safety things. But it is diarized for us to have a meeting, and the school district will sort that out when they're able to bring together.
Okay, sounds good. The next two items under 6, I have an estimation that's going to take us about half an hour. I do have a hand up at the back though. Yes, sir. Maybe we can move to sorting and then come back to the others. Oh, no, there was a hand up at the back. It's now near the podium. If you push, usually. Sure. When it turns red.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Just as an Arden parent and one of the Green Team co-leads that were here listening to what the report has to say, the impression I would say that Arden parents are getting is that so far schools that happen to land on arterial roads are essentially not being afforded safe, active school travel at this time, or active travel in general, based on the denial of speed limit reduction through that road, which was one of our requests between Lake Trail School Zone and Arden School Zone. And then as well as the speed humps being, from what we can tell, the only, especially those two requests being the only significant means that we have, without mentioning a place like Quinish that would recommend steering away the speed humps. They've had sidewalks, which we don't have. And if you look back to the Arden Ambassadors that you saw in 2018, the students in kindergarten are just about that. We're in kindergarten at that time, are just about to leave Arden Elementary because they're in grade 5 this year.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're just acknowledging that that's our impression, is that as of right now, Arden Elementary does not feel safe to engage in active travel because our school happens to land on an arterial road. And those are the decisions that council's making about active travel on arterial roads.
Yeah, you may miss the part, but so there's two things going on. We're doing the road work part of it, but then there's also a multi-use path. And that's been something we've been working on for many years, and hopefully we'll get a grant on it. And that will take care of, like, it's on a sidewalk, but it'll give another space for kids to come and go to. The unfortunate part that councils have is that we're sort of dealt the cards that we were given. So we didn't build the school. It was done, I believe, when it was a regional district area, then it was brought in. But weirdly, if you look at the city of Courtenay, it's just a thin line up Lake Trail Road. It's not actually going off into the various neighborhoods. And so we're left to basically try to somehow get it up to proper, like what you, if you were building a school in the city, how you would do it.
Yeah.
And again, because of the traffic on there and stuff. And again, I'll just have to say, Mr. Shaw is far more eloquent than I am at these things in terms of all those technical details. But having spoken with, like, say, our fire chief and other folks about like those bigger vehicles that need to move at speed, that's some of the big challenge that we hit when we're putting speed bumps in. Unfortunately, we normally don't have a discussion like this in the middle of a council meeting, but I do appreciate your passion, and I'm sure the rest of council would be happy to discuss this at a future time if that's all right.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
And probably be able to articulate ourselves better as well. So, but thanks so much. And again, I do want to really appreciate the green team and the work of the Arden ambassadors too. We were just talking about that. Yeah. So if that's all right, the question was amending our agenda. So sort of jumping forward to 10.1. Been moved, been seconded, moved by Joker, seconded by McCollum. All those in favor of amendment, that's unanimous. And so we will go to 10.1, bylaw number 3037, and that goes to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I'll move that council give first and second reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 3037, 1590 Piercy Avenue, to amend zoning bylaw number 2500, 2007 to create a new CD 39 zone and rezone the subject property to CD 39 with the following conditions met prior to final adoption. A, section 219 covenant registered on the title to secure the community amenity contributions of 40,000 to be provided prior to issuance of a building permit. B, an easement to permit drainage from the subject property onto the Island Corridor Foundation lands, and that council direct staff to advertise a statutory public hearing for zoning amendment bylaw number 3037.
It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch this before. You guys are just moving too quick for me. I currently hold a contract with these fellows, so I'm going to recuse myself for these deliberations.
Okay, thanks for that. And Mr. Garbett.
Thank you through the mayor to council. We're very excited to have, I would say, our second large infill project that is reflects the direction in our official plan. We have a developer and they're in the room with us today. We wanted to acknowledge them and they're going to be here for some questions. Council has really given us, and the community has given us, strong direction with the new community plan. And in order to meet our growth targets, this is the exact type of development that we need to do. And I would acknowledge that this development was underway prior to the adoption of the OCP. Similar to 1077 Piercy, the developer worked really closely with staff, and you know, there's been some give and take in figuring out how to make this happen. I just want to acknowledge that. And Ms. Goddard is going to give an overview of the project, but I just wanted to say, you know, this is the example that we are hearing about moving forward with this types of infill, sensitive and gentle density in an infill format.
Great. Thank you for that introduction. Through the mayor and council, a short presentation on the highlights of this zoning proposal. It is for 9 townhouse units at the address described. The vision of the applicant is to be able to provide affordable home ownership opportunities to our community. The subject property, next slide, just happens to be about 160, oh, it's actually the slide after that. It's about 160 meters south of the Habitat for Humanity site that you were considering earlier, just to give some context. On this map, you can see the land use designations, the pink area being that McPhee Neighborhood Center identified in the OCP for targeted growth, exactly the type of growth that is proposed in this application. The site is about 1/2 acre in size, and there's actually quite a bit of multi-residential already on the same side of the block, in some of those pink areas already, and single residential across from the street. Next slide. The site plan shows that the 9 units are broken up. There's a duplex that will be fronting along Piercy Avenue. And then there's a fourplex in the middle and a triplex in the back. There's 7 units will be 2-bedroom and 2 units will be 3-bedroom within the fourplex on the edges of that fourplex. Next slide. You can see here a basic rendering. It's 2 stories. It's in keeping with very common character in the area. It has that modern aesthetic. It definitely exceeds the comparable open space requirements actually for similar zones. There will be some small private yards for each of the units, as well as the common amenity gathering space. They're able to keep 2 large maples on the site, and they'll be planting with 32 new trees. And all of that is to enhance screening, buffering, and from adjacent neighborhoods and just the general aesthetic that landscaping provides. There'll also be fencing around the property as well, in keeping with our zoning heights for fencing. And final slide. Just a few points here to just really hit home, as our CAO did, that the application is actually very strongly aligned with the official community plan. It's targeting growth in the infill areas, the McPhee Neighborhood Center, and the buildings complement the neighborhood character. They will meet our building bylaws relates to step code. Next slide. There's some parking actual reductions proposed in here, but they are supported by a traffic study, so it achieves those goals as well as minimizing parking wherever suitable to do so. There's going to be some that meets all the bike parking needs, and it's quite a bit of the surfacing of the parking lot will be the core gravel, permeable surface, just for their stormwater and watershed health purposes. And then finally, it is providing those extra a couple units with the 3 bedrooms. That's really what we're looking for in the multi-residential projects. Next slide, please. And there is the community amenity contribution of $40,000 that's being offered by the applicant with this application, which aligns very strongly with the OCP policies on community amenity contributions. So yeah, if there's any questions, I'm happy to assist.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that report. And we have Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, and thanks for the report, Nancy. Yeah, there's lots to be pleased about with this proposal. I'm in full agreement. That's very much in line with what we want to see in this area, and what kind of developments we want to see after adopting our official community plan. There was just one thing in the report that I wasn't clear on. There's a reference to meeting our objective around EV charging and how it relates to the OCP, but then I didn't see anywhere where it specifically states that there will be charging infrastructure. And, just looking ahead at what our targets are for BC and EV adoption, I'm just hoping it is included and it wasn't specifically stated in the report.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McCollum, and there could be something, if I'm missing anything in the application, given that another planner worked on it, I'm happy to hear from the applicant. But I will point out that the application does certainly align with the electric bike parking requirements. So that is a form of electric vehicle, and they will be providing charging for a number of those in accordance with the zoning bylaw. Yeah, I don't see in the plans any indication of the actual vehicle charging, and I don't know if the applicant wishes to speak to that.
The applicant's just approaching the podium. Yep, there we go. Thanks very much.
Yes, there will be infrastructure to charge electric vehicles. This plan has been a while in the making, and so it is indeed missing off of those plans, but will be added.
Okay, great. And would that be level 2 charging, one or 2 stations, or any details on that?
No details. I look forward to your recommendations.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, well, I mean, given that it's 9 units and that we're currently seeing about 1 in every 4 passenger vehicles being sold right now as electric, and I believe our objective is to have fully electric vehicle sales in BC. I jotted down by 2035. I would hope to see in a new development at least 2 level 2 chargers, but I'm not sure if our OCP is specific to that or not. But I've been, following news reporting with this uptake in electric vehicles, just how challenging it is to add these types of stations after the fact. And especially when it's a strata and one person owns a EV and the other people in the strata don't, that it's very hard to find a mechanism to add it after the fact. So I think we really need to be looking ahead and ensuring that we include that when we're doing these developments right now. Thanks.
And maybe to Councilor McCollum's point there, if EV chargers, if it's say 1 or 2 units of for charging, whether or not infrastructure could be sort of pre-plumbed, like just having the conduits going, so that, because that's the big problem, is how do you get from point A to point B, but also making sure you have servicing the electrical service. Councilor McCollum, sorry, I don't know if I've messed what you were saying up, but.
Yeah, well, just from what I've been reading, the challenge is unless you have a majority of electric vehicle owners already in a strata, it's very hard to get that added later. So even having it plumbed, there is a cost to adding the chargers. So unless they're already there, it's very difficult to get them installed after the fact, just due to how stratas work. So if we want to encourage people to be able to use EVs, then new development should include some opportunities for charging.
Fair enough. Yeah, unless it's actually in the strata bylaws. But Mr. Garb.
Thank you through the mayor to council generally. I think this has been an application that predated our official community plan. My experience is that inside stratas, they are generally have electrical charging to level 1 chargers. We don't, as far as I know, and Ms. Goddard is the author of our OCP, I don't think we prescribe level 2 chargers as a condition of development. I think for the continuation or for new, developments that are being considered now, I think we're hearing some pretty strong messaging out of the province. And I would offer that for council. Maybe the applicant can speak if they will have electrical availability for level 1 chargers per unit. I'm assuming that given that configuration, that would be an opportunity, but I think it would be important to clarify that.
There's a lack of that planning for sure. And I'm definitely willing to put in a level 2 infrastructure. The supply is there for that. And this has been great feedback.
Thanks for responding to that. Councilor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. A couple of comments. I found the report very helpful in the way it was structured, particularly the response to the feedback from the public information that was public information meeting and the feedback from other residents. And just want to give kudos to the proponent for making some modifications in response to that. And the general readability of the report. I did want to ask staff, we're in this kind of limbo right now in relation to public hearings. Where do we stand with the need for a public hearing in relation to this particular project and the recommendation to go ahead with one?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hilliard, in regards to this this application, this zoning amendment is in alignment with the OCP. And so I believe in the resolutions we've talked about actually not doing a public hearing.
And I thought the resolution specified that we were doing a statutory public hearing.
My apologies. Yes, it does.
So we're still in that regime where that's necessary for the zoning amendment in this case.
We have,
Mr. Garbutt just wants to jump in. He might be able to.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Hillian. We have briefed council and we're in the process of developing response to Bill 26. Given that this is a fairly significant change in land use right now, and we don't have that policy in place, the staff recommendation is to hold a public hearing in this case. There was pre-engagement, but as it stands, we don't want to prejudice an application at this point without a policy. You know, if it was a very simple rezoning that didn't change the form significantly, and I would say that I'm assuming the staff leading this application has discussed that matter with the applicant. We want to make sure that there's not some risk that that we have some unintended consequence to that. We, in this case, prior to adoption of the policy, I would say, given the land use change, that it would be appropriate. And given its conformity with the zoning and the extents with which the developer has gone to address this, recognizing it's been an ongoing application prior to the adoption of the OCP, I think it's prudent at this point to go through a public hearing, and they're aware of the intention to hold a public hearing. But I really appreciate council's question and really being open to these things because it really sends a strong message to the development community.
Thanks. The only other thing I would just note is that if we're contemplating potentially going to third reading the night of the public hearing, I would appreciate if we advise people of that in the invitation to attend, just so that I mean, I don't know what staff's intent would be in that regard, but if that is the case, I think we need to be clear with the community participants. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question for staff. The community contributions of $40,000, is that established? Will that be established on the covenant or through our conversations around where that goes? Which community contributions, which amenities, sorry, I should say?
It was affordable housing specific.
Was it affordable housing? Okay, thanks.
Which goes to Councillor McCollum's 70+ units. So I was happy to see that. That's the only thing I wrote down actually that I wanted to comment on. So thanks for highlighting that. And so that being said, motion's been moved. All right, no further questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously, and I will. Yeah. Okay, we're at 7:30. So I think we're going to take a bit of a break before we get back into things. I think we've answered or done all the stuff that people were here to see. I have no idea. But anyways, we're going to take a break for 20 minutes.
Oh, there's some. That's really great.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And we.
Yeah.
Oh. Thanks, everybody. We're back now, and I'm wondering, just for continuity, if we want to just finish off our next bylaw and then go back and finish off the 10.2.1. I'm looking to staff to see what they're prepared for. Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to the Growing Communities Reserve Fund Establishment Bylaw 3086/2023.
All right, it's been moved and seconded, and I'll pass it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mr. Langmar has a short introduction.
Hello, nice to be here once again. The Growing Communities Fund is a nice piece of money received from the provincial government. One of the stipulations is we must create a reserve to keep the funds in, similar to what was asked with the COVID Safe Restart grant funds. So we established reserves by bylaw, and this is a bylaw to establish it. The goal is to have the money spent and reported back to the province. I believe about 3 years they want it gone by. And it will be reflected in our financial statements, very similar to the COVID Safe Restart grant funds. And that's my whole entire report for today. Nothing more to say.
Fantastic. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and I'm happy to support the creation of the bylaw for these funds. Questions are to staff on, you can remind us again what the 500 in 2024 and 2025 for the implementation of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. I think the other capital projects are pretty self-explanatory. I'm wondering if you could maybe share a few of the key pieces here that would be covered under that.
Mr. Garbutt.
Through the mayor, Councillor Jolicoeur, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, Ms. Saunders isn't able to join us today. She has more familiarity generally. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan has a very broad focus with some specific items that we hadn't set aside specific funds to move on, and the implementation strategies under development right now. We are aware, though, that and I can't speak to specifics, but ultimately works related to potential improvements, Lawrence Fieldbrook Center, arts facilities, some of our other works in the area, potentially around the link, et cetera. So at this point, we don't have a specific list, but we do know that that's critical infrastructure that is in line with the reasons with which that grant was provided. These are all growth related pressures on our recreation, culture and community services area. And council will have, the council will establish the priorities through that implementation strategy. These funds will assist with that. They certainly won't fund the entirety of the implementation of that, but that's the intention, to kickstart the ability to move on some of those key recommendations. But I don't have a specific list at this point.
Thanks. Thanks for the question. Any further comments or questions? All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And we'll flip back to item 6.1. Resident survey, Lower Courtney, your voice. All right, and back to Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're bouncing around
Yeah,
real
no,
quick here.
Just presenting this report on behalf of Ms. O'Connell, who's not with us today. Council may recall during our strategic planning sessions, we identified reaching out to our community to understand what it is that they see as priorities. Is something that needs to be done. It'll help to do both our communications planning and our financial planning and our service delivery on a go-forward basis. it's not the first time that the city has done this, but it's been inconsistent. Many municipalities use this on an annual or twice every 2 years. I always get biannual wrong because I don't think that's correct. Every 2 years, and we're proposing and letting council know this is an update that we're moving forward. We're in the process of selecting a firm to assist us. We've had excellent interest in this. I can, advise that Courtney's a place that people want to work. We always get lots of interesting consultants that want to work with us, and we're moving through that process. This is a status update. The survey itself will have input, is currently getting input from your staff group, and then we'll come back through council prior to doing that launch. This is just, like I said, it's an interim update, and if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Excellent. And yeah, that's the unfortunate part of using that precursor bi-weekly, could be every 2 weeks or twice a week, and same with biannually. So yeah, not your fault, Mr. Garbutt. It gets all of us, I think. Any questions or comments? Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks to the city manager, sharing that it's with staff right now, the questions for the survey. In the staff report, it says it will come back to council for consideration, but it does say that the survey will be conducted in July and August, and we are in June. So is that presumably that we'll get it in the next few weeks?
We'll be working very hard on getting that done. I actually anticipated, why would we ask people questions in July and August? But I can always admit to that.
Yeah.
If I would, yeah, so the information will be coming through.
That's where my question was going, is that seemingly staff have a lot on their plates right now. And so I was just curious whether or not it was realistic that we'd have it ready to go for July and recognizing vacation. My other question is around the method of the data collection. It speaks to phone surveying being the primary method of collection of data. I'm just wondering how we're going to support individuals who don't have phones, and also council knows from some recent communication, my curiosities around community engagement and how we're going to ensure that equity seeking groups' voices are in fact come through in this report. If we're going to explicitly go to specific groups to ensure that they are aware and that they have the support needed to fill out the survey in whatever method that's available. I only see here really the phone being the primary consideration. So
I guess a few thoughts through the mayor and Councilor Jolicoeur. That is how these surveys are typically delivered, and it's not landlines, it's mobiles. So that's how we've envisioned doing that, and can take some direction from council in that regard. With respect to supporting people's participation, we'll have a good level of information out to people, and we can provide people access to phones in order to do it. Potentially, but we do want to have broad participation. But at this point, that resident survey is we're using firms that have experience reaching out in that regard, and getting the message out will be a combination of regular methods, word of mouth, engagement with key groups that have interest groups in the community, and we would actually probably like to see you as councillors talk about that and use your connections to facilitate that. Typically, we want a broad cross section of people. In my experience, over 20 years in local government, the people who want to give their opinion will give their opinion, and the critical component is to try and make it accessible, so we have a broad cross-section of views. We see that in all of our processes we do. When council gets this again, we'll be able to be more clear on some of those questions that you have.
All right, thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur, and maybe I'll just follow up on the phone thing, and maybe just a bit of a comment. And I'm sure there's ways to that it works well, but in the day where, again, most people are on mobile phones, and people are also mobile and they can bring phone numbers from other jurisdictions. I do know there's a lot of people in the Comox Valley and Courtney in particular that don't have local phone numbers. And as somebody who has worked with Big Brothers and other organizations doing drives, you would literally just call through numbers that were local to that area. So again, that was decades ago. I'm sure there's technology that makes it a little bit more effective these days, but hopefully, yeah, those challenges can be overcome. And with that, I don't see any further questions or comments. So it's just for receipt. Anybody opposed? All right. That passed unanimously. Then we have bylaw performance update.
So if I may, through the mayor to council, Peter Graff, our manager of bylaw services, is going to walk us through with a short presentation. We're aware that, you know, the activities, there's been significant investment by council in this service. We're developing and building on this. We're learning each and every day. And we just really appreciate the support that council has provided, as well as the strong feedback that we get from both our customers and the people that receive bylaw services. That's a term that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Garbett, and through the mayor to council. Intent of this report is to update council on bylaw service activities. It's a performance report. Just to give you, it's our first performance report, and we intend to do this biannually to council. In terms of the flow of the report, since we're building and it's newish, we presented in terms of 12 critical success factors to a bylaw services organization. So this is your systems development. Takes about 4 to 5 years to build these strong, productive systems. And the purpose, of course, is to be efficient, effective, consistent, and equitable. Maybe out of the 12 critical success factors or your systems building, we'll focus this presentation on the first one, which under being accountable and pursuing excellence, the vision is to be or to create robust performance measurement systems. So in this section of the 12 critical success factors, I'll just give you some systems highlights that we've done to build performance metric systems. And then within the system or the performance measurement piece, give you some highlights of the results, the indicators that are being built. So in terms of the systems development, there was a great collaboration with IT, our good folks from IT. So 2 apps have been developed and the officers use their mobile technology, and those apps are in the mobile technology. One of the apps is encampments. So we have some basic encampment indicators, and the other one is the calls for service. The calls for service is the reactive complaint-based program. So we have another app for that as well. So at the end of the day, the officers enter certain data for indicators. This is all currently in an Excel environment. So your calls for service are tracked in Excel. The long-term vision starting later this year and going into 2024 is to expand that, make it better by using a Tempest type of database. So that'll enable efficiencies and for more indicator development. So please keep in mind for this report is a start, even just with the performance accountability systems. And we will be robust, I guarantee that. It's just going to take some time to build it. So in terms of operational highlights, maybe we can go to the next slide. We have, for most of our indicators, 5 months of data. So 2023 is your base year for most part. We have a little bit more of the encampment data. We have 8 months of data for encampment. So in terms of how we're analyzing, this is your levels of service. We're analyzing these results, these indicators in terms of level of service, and that's your hours allocated. We're analyzing in terms of the encampment inspection program, and we're analyzing in terms of proactive parking, and then the calls for service program. So there's kind of 4 initiatives that we're taking a look at and providing indicators associated with all of those. So this first slide here, and there's 7 right now in the report. There will be more, but this one shows your level of service. So on your horizontal axis, you see months, and then on the vertical, you see hours. So the green one off the top of my head, that's your calls for services. So most of the resourcing that we're allocating right now is to the calls for service. That's your complaints coming in. During the winter months, you'll see, I think it's the blue one, that's the encampments. Yeah, it's lower because the seasonal shelters are open, so there's not as much encampment activity. So as we get to the end of March, that's when encampment activity increases and we increase our level of service. So from April 1 right through to about mid-November, we're on the encampments, or we inspect the encampments 5 days per week, from about 9 o'clock just to 12:30 each day, in tandem with our good folks from Public Works and all our partners from Outreach and our CMP if needed. So again, from about end of March to mid-November, inspection activity and the hours allocated to the program increased. Please note, in May, we, under council direction, thank you, and approval, we had the third bylaw officer. So you're going to see the encampment go up probably to about 140, 130 hours. So it's going to increase a little bit more, and you'll see more allocation to calls for service with that third bylaw enforcement officer. Maybe we'll take a look at the next slide. Here's another one. This is just, again, another set of indicators, calls for services. So this is the type of complaints that we're getting. And this is over a 3-month period, quarterly. So FYI, we're tracking monthly. And in the future, once we present these, you'll probably get quarterly and annual results. So, and we'll be able to track trends over time on all of these indicators. So this one here just shows you the types of calls for services. So keep in mind, there's 4 high-level programs: your level of service and hours, your proactive encampment inspections, your proactive parking, and your calls for services. So this shows you the type of complaints. So parking is, I think, the highest in this one, followed by animal control, 15%, unsightly properties, 15% of our complaints are unsightly property, 7% are noise, 5% of the complaints are encampment oriented. And I think anecdotally, I'm going to say the encampment complaints appear to be lowering. Okay, and I say that anecdotally because we don't have the data from last year, but from my knowledge, it appears the encampment complaints are lowering. There's other indicators and charts in the report. We just presented the 2 today that you can go through on those 4 program areas that I presented. And again, a lot more indicators will be developed. You know, like, for example, number of visits, number of inspections conducted. So those are your outputs. Those are coming as well. Some of the major projects we're working on currently: Parks Control Bylaw modernization, the bylaw policy review, which includes a compliance strategy and good neighbor guide. And maybe just in closing, to keep the presentation short, the 11 other systems that we're developing, like we've done a lot of work with standard operating procedures. That's crucial for the success of bylaw enforcement. That gives you consistency and you're in tune with best practice. Relationship building from the start, we have really worked hard on that, like with police, with the outreach community. I heard earlier the mental health, and that we now sit at the situation table. So a lot of those groups are there, and we're expanding our relationships, you know, and especially with the mental health piece when we're dealing with the encampments. And I'm learning, you know, there's just not iHost. Like, we have a great relationship with iHost, Island Health, helping us, you know, achieve voluntary compliance and equitable enforcement versus carrying that heavy stick all the time. You know, there's a nice balance, and that's another SOP, the balance between voluntary compliance. How do you get compliance? And if needed, as a last resort, or if it's so egregious and gross neglect, like illegal dumping, 0 tolerance, you go right to enforcement, right? But we're really working, you know, with the encampments and unsightly properties, for example, with the mental health piece. We've got Angela and Island Health to start helping us with, you know, when we have outdoor situations where there's hoarding or unsightly properties. So those are the approaches we're taking. So relationship building is huge. Team building, the whole culture under the 5 core values of council and 13 guiding principles, you know, compassionate, empathetic, consistent, setting boundaries, being professional, non-biased, non-discriminatory, caring, compassionate, those types of approaches. Community-based approach, the culture that we're building, following council direction. Anyhow, and customer service focused. I think that's it. I commented mainly on the robust performance measurement. There's the other 11 in the report. There's other critical success factors, but those are the ones that we've really been working hard on. So a ton of systems development, and it will pay off once you have strong systems. The results will start coming.
Awesome. Thanks so much for that. And while the lights start turning on, if they do, I just want to comment on how I've seen bylaw progress and modernize and become so much more effective than it was even 4 years ago. And so I just and on all the points that you talked about, I mean, part of it is that data, which is absolutely critical, but the way in which bylaw is being enforced, those partnerships, everything, just huge kudos from my perspective. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks. Just quickly, I wanted to say thanks, and I really support the principles you're using. Using that community-based relationship building and encouraging and supporting compliance, which I know for a lot of people can be a challenge. So, we've had some calls about unsightly properties, and I have a look at them and I think, well, these people need more help than just hiring a siding contractor, And so I appreciate that you understand that and take that, because there's nothing worse than beating someone down when they're already down. So, thank you for that.
And Councillor Hilly.
Thanks, Mayor. I support the overall approach. I know that we've had a lot of mail recently regarding a particular complaint about an unsightly property. And without getting into any of the details, I just wonder if that may be a situation. I think there may be compassionate issues that come into play. I'm wondering if that may be a situation where a referral to the Community Justice Center could be a possibility. I know you mentioned that in the report is something that you're starting to explore. We actually developed the capacity to make referrals to the Community Justice Center a number of years ago, but it's rarely been done in my experience, because I think that sometimes we go past the point where that would help and we get into some of these intractable situations. But I would just really encourage it in situations, particularly where we may have neighbors who don't get what the issues may be with a particular individual. And that may be the case with a pet peeve of mine, which is a particular hedge on the street that I walk down regularly that I've reported to either bylaw or Public Works twice, and it still intrudes over most of the sidewalk. So that sort of speaks to my other question, which is what's the capacity to actually get back to us and let us know the results of complaints that we may have had some role in forwarding, or we may have had particular engagement in because people have written to council rather than gone directly through staff.
Mr. Garbutt just wants to jump in.
I might start. Thank you, Councillor Hillian. I think if there is capacity at the Community Justice Center to take this on, I would say in my experience in bylaw, that's infrequently that's taken, but we have a very special group of individuals and that provide that service in the community. So I think we may be able to suggest that. I would just say, we determine if there is an issue or not an issue. We won't be able to force them into that, but suggesting it could be a good option. We won't be able to mandate an outcome. The only way for an outcome outside the city would be legal action between parties, and that's expensive and the like. But in some cases, these disputes between property owners, that's really the only way to do it. With respect to communicating back to council, and I'll put my risk management hat on. The reason why we disengage councillors from bylaw enforcement complaints is because if we are in an enforcement situation later and or legal issue, you can't be part of the process. It's kind of unsatisfactory as well. So part of this is trying to develop some information exchange back to council. We have to develop level of performance that council is comfortable. As it currently stands, I'm able to field questions and do some follow-up, but it's not regular process that we would include. It's not recommended best practice either to include counselors in those types of follow-ups. We always direct that counselors should send people through our formal process. But ultimately, these kinds of engagements and reporting back to council is where you find out if we're doing our job. But I'm always that conduit to facilitate some of those conversations.
Yeah, fair enough. I do think it would be helpful from time to time in these types of reports to give examples of situations that may have been resolved, that just give an illustration of how the work is being done, maybe without getting reference to specific cases if that's problematic. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the report, and I feel for you for having to sit through almost the entire meeting. So regarding the number of inspections in city parks, and you've got the number of occupants who were sheltering as 560. That was for the period between October 1st, 2022 and May 31st. I'm just curious how you count those individuals, and are those unique individuals? No. So are we able to come up with a figure of how many unique individuals are sheltering? That's one question. I just have another quick one after that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Morin. When we attend an encampment, we record the number of occupants at that encampment, whether it's 0, could be abandoned, or 5, 6, 7. Currently, we do not track unique individuals, but good feedback. We can take a look at that.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I don't want people to feel like they're being recorded or,
right,
you know, but at the same time, you know, you are on the ground, and you do have that great relationship building skill set. And I know that you are partnering with community agencies, and sometimes folks come out with you and that kind of thing. But it might be an idea to come up with some informal process to maybe you know, identify folks who maybe are younger or are new, or, you know, just having a way to kind of get a sense of what the folks who are sheltering, what not their story, but just as a way to maybe help them connect to services. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm glad to hear that it's not 560 unique folks. And then the cleanup projects, you mentioned the big one that just happened at Millard Creek, and that was a phenomenal effort, and such a great collaborative process where you're involving private residents as well as outreach, et cetera. And I'm just wondering if you have any other of those really significant either abandoned encampments or other areas that need cleanup, or just sort of getting a sense of where we're at with the severity of some of those encampments, because I know you've been trying to really do a lot of cleanup. But thanks.
Through the mayor to Councillor Morin. Overall, I think, and I'm going to say this anecdotally, that our parks are cleaner than they were a year ago. Right now, and we're seeing it with one indicator actually is working with Public Works, our good friends from Public Works. We've had far less large cleanups other than the one you referred to year to date. I know we just did something in Condensory, and those were the first cleanup where we had to do a major cleanup other than the one we did behind Millard Creek. And overall, just from visibility, I think we're headed in the right direction. We're not tracking volumes of garbage. You know, that's another one we're talking about on every inspection. But I think overall, we're better than they were. We're better than we were a year ago. And another group that's, again, the outreach organizations are out there cleaning up, which is also great. So I think anecdotally, we are cleaner than we were a year ago. We still have a ways to go. We do not have any special other big community cleanup of encampments. I think they're fairly clean right now. Of the ones that we frequent. We have about 25 of them that we know of, and they're not too bad right now.
Thank you. That was my sense as well. And thanks for bringing up condensed, because that's always a concern as the weather gets warmer. There's a lot of the public uses those trails, and it'd be nice to start off on a good foot there and try to keep it maintained. So thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor Gilles.
Yeah, and congratulations on your first report back to council. I'm really happy to see this, and it's quite detailed. So thank you for laying it all out for us. I think my question just really briefly is similar to Councillor Morin on page 4, the graphic around monthly encampments, October, almost 200 occupants. Do we have hearing that we don't track unique individuals, but do we have an idea on a per day? Theoretically, one person is not being moved on from multiple parks or multiple locations in one day. So maybe do you have that number for us to consider?
Just through the mayor, Councillor Jellicoe. By looking at this data, a couple comments on that. We do about anywhere from 5 to 10 encampment inspections proactively per day now. And it's 5 days per week, by the way. That's your level of service through the busy months when the seasonal shelters are closed. We may see, I would say in one day, 7, 8, 9 occupants. I think, you know, and we don't track unique, that the number is down. We did know a year and a half ago, we were around 60. You know, we did know that we're roughing it. I think we're lower now. Now, I say that anecdotally. We think we have 30, maybe 40 living rough right now within our park systems. And that's based on this data here and our observations. It is lower. And I think possibly an explanation for that is the Connect shelter has 30 more spaces, which is great. And I'm not sure if people moved on or not, but we have a presence out there, you know, and we just ask that please keep the park clean. You can shelter in the parks overnight, according to BC Supreme Court and Court of Appeals. But we think, without tracking unique, that the number is lower, and Outreach concurs with us on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Gilles. And I don't see any further questions or comments. Again, the feedback that I've gotten across our community has been positive from the BIA and from our service partners, as you mentioned. And so, you know, really glad to see, you know, I think this is has been a wise investment of council to really invest in the services that I think we have very much control over, in not just what's being done, but how it's being done, all those things that I think you've spoken very eloquently to. So, you know, and Councillor Morin spoke about the Millard Piercy cleanup, which, I mean, that was just, I mean, amazing how many people came and the businesses that donated and to really have that vision. And if I look at the last month, I mean, we've had Councillor Hillian's cleanup day, we've had the Mile of Flowers planting, This last Sunday, the Community Cares Group was out doing a cleanup day. So, I mean, our community is really stepping up and taking pride and just really, yeah, it's just amazing. I do have one technical thing that I was going to recommend on the report, and it's just when I look at the way that things were divided up in terms of specifically the calls for service, is that it was calls for service / training / team building. I almost think that training team building should be its own section and then calls for service. And that way it's completely clean. But other than that, I really enjoyed reading those reports. So with that, is there anyone opposed to receipt of this report? Seeing none, it is received. For the most exciting part of the meeting, and I think, oh, we're getting close to the end now, maybe. We'll get into council reports. Councillor Cole Hamilton. Councillor Frisch. Councillor Hillian. Excellent. Councillor Jolicoeur. Councillor McCollum. Councillor Morin. All right, seems to be a good thing. Everybody has submitted, I shouldn't say everybody, most people have submitted their reports. I would say the uptick was quite high this time, very exciting. I'd like to get that to about 100%. And I think we're very close to that. One of the things that I'll just mention the one important thing that isn't on my report, and that's yesterday spending about half my day with former Mayor Lisa Helps on the BC Builds program workshop that she did here in Courtenay with our CAO, and it was really amazing. And thanks to Councillor Cole Hamilton, who even popped in and was part of that conversation. So really looking forward to seeing how the fruits of that program come up. With that, I believe we are on to some unfinished business. Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I see that we have a resolution, but I'd like to hear from staff with regards to this, and you know, whether we have any information from the fire chief and whether that's what's informing this resolution.
Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council generally. So the reason that Mr. Porteous was in front of council was actually to appeal to council to issue a burning permit. That was the technical aspect. I was not at the delegation, however, I viewed it later. So just to be clear, our fire chief did not issue the burning permit based on our policies and our bylaws. You received a delegation that talked about that and provided an overview of what was planned. Our recommendation as staff would be to follow our fire chief's direction, as it's both consistent with our bylaw. And it also reflects council's overall direction as it relates to air quality. There's no question that managing debris and fire protection and the like is desirable. There are non-combustible methods with which to do that. That's our advice. The option is for council to give us direction, and council could choose to issue that permit. We are suggesting that the request for a conditional exemption on the fire ban and burn permit be denied.
Thanks. In that case, I'll move the recommendation.
It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. So just as a matter of process, I'm always interested in new ways of doing things. Although I do question whether there is an actual issue with debris in that forest, and it's the first I'd heard of it. So I do question whether whoever the landowner is there needs that sort of assistance. And hearing that the fire chief already denied the burn permit, I'm happy to support this particular recommendation, but also would encourage everyone to keep an open mind. I know this kind of burning can be extremely efficient, so I'm not saying we should jump ahead or anything, but keep an open mind moving forward. Thanks.
Right. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question on process. Do we communicate back to this gentleman in any way, Mr. City Manager?
Through the mayor to Councillor Healy, yeah, we would provide that direction back. Yeah, just to be clear, it was appealing to council to overrule the staff direction.
Right, and so I'm taking it from that the fire chief didn't in fact support this method, not just on the basis of city policy, but for whatever reasons yeah. I mean, I don't want to be too picky about this, but it might have been helpful to have received that context at the time. So just to help inform us in relation to it, I think we gave the fellow, Mr. Porteous, quite an enthusiastic reception with a fair amount of curiosity, which may have led him on to, and if we'd had the clear understanding that in fact, the fire chief didn't support the process, we might have been slightly less effusive. Thanks.
Through the mayor, if I may, to council, upon reflection, maybe a delegation wasn't the correct way to have that individual on the agenda. It would be, and maybe Ms. Proton would correct me, but unfinished business or something to clarify that it's appealing a staff decision pursuant to the issuance of a permit. So honor the feedback. It's a little unusual, but I think, yeah, I agree. If we were more clear, council would have known that. Thanks.
Thanks. And Councillor Frisch.
Well, I guess just in reporting back, I mean, I would be inclined to thank him for coming and giving his time anyways. And he was rather community minded, even if it was against our policies. So just, yeah, if we're going to give him feedback, maybe just keep it neutral. And I'm sure staff always do in general, but we don't want to scare away everyone who has an idea opposing our policies. So that's all.
All right, thanks for that. Okay, we got a motion on the floor. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously, and we have some notices of motion. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. So probably many of you on council are aware of the issues in Crown Isle in particular, where some residents are interested in installing solar panels, but finding it difficult with the covenants that they've signed on to in purchasing their properties with the various design elements that they have to hold to. And so I brought this notice of motion forward in hopes of making some headway to help out their issues. I'll read it quickly, and I'll notice that I made an error on the ministers in charge in BC, so I'll be changing that as I read it. And thank you for Councillor Hillian for pointing that out. Whereas development covenants that prohibit or restrict rooftop solar panels are a barrier to the generation of renewable energy. And whereas the city of Courtenay has declared a climate crisis and the province of BC supports climate action, and whereas solar electric generation is an important part of a greenhouse gas reduction strategy, therefore be it resolved that council send a letter to Minister George Heyman, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change Strategy, to request the province exercise its authority and override development agreement covenants that restrict or prohibit renewable energy systems in all zones. And then to follow that up, there's not necessarily a rush on these things, so maybe we can bring this to the AVICC and UBCM conventions, and the next notice of motion is basically asking council to support that. So those will be up on the next agenda. Thanks.
All right. Okay, with that, in camera. Did I miss something?
Just make this motion. So if we've got a motion, you don't need to do the bottom part of the motion, you just need the top part.
But when you say the bottom part, which ones are we?
We can just get rid of that part. We just need.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so we're not going to read out part 2, just part 1. If somebody would like to motion, Councillor Frisch.
Oh, how about Councillor Hillian?
Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation for the in-camera resolution under sections 91A, E, and I of the community charter.
All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously, and we are adjourned.